ready to rumble. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. ready to rumble. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown, now on its 13th season for PUBG Mobile. My name is Pika, joined by none other than my buddy right here, Bullet. How are you feeling today, my guy?
I'm definitely very, very excited for this showdown coming up, because when I saw all of the participating teams playing in this invitational showdown presented from the side of Ruthless, I was hell a lot of excited for the entire action to get just begin with. It also comes down to the fact that a lot of these teams have already qualified for the global championship, which is of course known as the TMGC. So it's going to be a more of like a head-to-head combat where a lot of these teams will kind of like bring out their all of the big guns to in this testing waters to actually just kind of like maybe try out some new strats, maybe go and do the trial and error method, how you can actually prevent your opponent team to bag on to the bigger prize pool.
Oh, absolutely, man. Coming into this, I heard that there are going to be so many regions, as you mentioned earlier, and some of them I am super excited to lay my eyes on. Familiar names, yes, we definitely have those, and those that maybe a little bit on the dark horse side of things, we are very, very curious. Not to mention, the one thing that I'm super excited about that Ruthless Hype does would be the commentators' prediction. So this right here, Bullet, it really gets my heart pumping every now and then. We hate being right, but sometimes we want to be wrong, just for the team that we're rooting for.
Definitely. But also talking about on how some of the entire schedule are going for, folks, let's take a look at the tournament roadmap momentarily on how the entire tournament is going to get unfolded and what are going to be the things in store for us as well and all of the viewers joining in. So we're going to be taking a look at the point system first for now, folks. The first place team will take home 10 points. Second place team will take home 6 points, and likewise all of the lower place teams will consecutively get their points getting deducted. But per elimination, there's going to be that 1 point. And as we all know, folks, in any kind of like a battle royale game, the balance of both the placement points and the elimination points is the key to survive, especially in a 6-map scenario.
Oh yeah, man. So they're also gonna have to pick up the pace when it comes to those eliminations. It's not just about survival here. It is also about getting the right shots in. So you know what it is. Making it to the top 8 is essential, ladies and gentlemen. So, as we all know, there's gonna be a bunch of maps. A little later on, we're gonna be orienting you guys on what those are. So you better get your seatbelts buckled up, ladies and gentlemen, because it's gonna be a wild ride. Meanwhile, here we are. We are starting off our playoffs today, November 11th, 2025, all the way to the 13th. So our teams here have 3 solid days to rack those points in, Bullet.
Yes, sir. And these are the playoff stage, which means for a fact that, as you can see on the roadmap on our right-hand side, the 27 invited teams are divided into 3 groups of 9 teams per group. Each matches will be played in a round-robin format, and each group will play 12 matches, which means that it's going to be 3 days, and every other day it's going to be a 6 matches, or you can say 6 maps per day here in the playoffs. But from the grand finale, it's going to be just 16 teams qualifying from the playoff stage, where 2 of the teams will be joining in from the invited slots, where every other day in the 3-day period, it's going to be 6 maps per day, and there's going to be 1 team to bring out the champion of this entire tournament. As you all know, folks, the top 16 teams will be getting qualified from the playoff stage to take their place in the grand final stage. Another 2 teams will be from the invited slot from the side of Ruthless Esports. But for now, let's take a look at the participating teams. On a group A, we do have the Earthler, we do have IC coming in from the Pakistan region, Loops from the Brazil region. So many various regional teams are just kind of like playing that intercontinental game over here, Joe.
I am, again, this is what I'm talking about, man. I am baffled about how many teams that we're going to be seeing here. Not to mention the household names, right? Every now and then. So with groups A and B, the usual suspects, we have Alter Ego. We also have Train to Kill. Not to mention we have NEPx, right? Also Alliance. Just to name a few. But again, the tale of the tape is that today we are only seeing groups A and B. So hang on to that, to your favorite teams, folks. We're going to be asking for your love in the comment section a little later on. I'm super excited as well here, Bullet. I want to make my prediction. At the same time, I'm super nervous for this one. Taking a deep breath because it's going to be a wild ride for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, I was just looking at some of the stats coming in. I mean, in our region, we did had a particular tournament where I guess DPLUS KIA emerged victorious from the Korea region, and also Reject was definitely also in the podium spot. So a lot of teams coming in from the Japan region, coming in from the other regions as well, down towards that, have been on that kind of like, how do I put it? On a really, really good and on an upward trajectory, which kind of like guarantees that they will definitely play that aggressive game. We might see some changes happening here and there, especially in their play style. But when you have that momentum rolling on in your favor, you definitely want to do on how just your entire team is playing in some of the last tournaments that has just passed by in a few weeks.
Yeah, it's nice that you brought up the fact that approaches are different, almost for every region and for each team they're in, because familiarity sometimes it's both an enemy and a buddy, right? So sometimes you get so used to the team that you're with, or that you get to spar with, you probably get to encounter them. But it also kind of closes your mind to the tendencies of the other teams from different regions, not just within, like, say, 100%. Asia, but all around the globe, right?
Really. Yes. And that's a very, very good point that you have raised. The family can be a very a friendly start from your side, can be a foe as well. But for now, folks, let's also take a look on playing teams roster, as we do have the groups and also the teams right on our screens. Alter Ego is, we have Elvira, Rosemary 911, Imona, Krypton, Naspane, Houstonis 5X coming in from the side of Alter Ego. From the side of Inner Circle, we have Falak, IQQ, Noki, T24, OP, Cairo, Shaheen. On the other side, from the side of Loops coming from the Brazil region, we have Lupus Ventonio, Sinalzia, Strato Boy, Prasavina, Upsuinio. I'm really sorry, folks, if I'm pronouncing any of these names in the incorrect way, because all of the teams are from different regions. Some of them have a very different accent. So pardon with me that. TIANBA QZ, TIANBA ZZ Brown, TIANBA Milu, TIANBA Arching, and TIANBA Yang 111. On the other side, on our second screen, we have Team Reject, Vampire Esports, T2K Esports, and PAPARA Supermassive.
Man, it's also quite nostalgic for me. I'll be honest with you right now, Bullet, seeing these names. And I know that some of these players have actually transferred from team to team, right? Some of them have actually jumped, like from Vampire Esports as well. Like some of these players were not the same Vampire Esports that I've seen in the past, just to say the least. But for like T2K, Igneous, and Rules as well, these are the usual suspects, I always say, who maintain their spots in the team's roster. So looking forward and to see if their styles will change, because from the time that I've seen them before, some of them can be really aggressive, trigger happy even. I'm just really keeping my eyes and my mind open for this one. For Alliance, we have Kluk, again, another member who came from another team. We have Olio, Iftar, Jimmy, and Leon. Master Ichi from Burmese GHOULS. We have Godspeed, Unknown, and Liliatka. Again, sorry for botching the names, guys, if we ever do that. Vincenzo from Team Flash, one of the teams who I remember really went on a tear last year. We have Bao's, Tops, Win, Hade, and Zeus. I hope I'm reading that right. We have for Twisted Minds. Wow, we have Freak, Lord, Wash, Ali, and So. If I remember correctly as well, I have not encountered these teams. Now for WEIBO Gaming, we have Souk, Order, 33Z, so on and so forth. From NEPx, we have Domain, Mukesh, Claw, Precious, and Rex. Also for Skyforce, we have Godless 79, Icy, Sanchir, and Riley. For JECHEON, Phalanx, and Kara Esports, the roster is as you can see on screen.
I mean, coming in from the side of especially NEPx Esports, I think that one team is going to be that, Dark Horse, which can also surprise a whole lot of teams, especially when it comes on to kind of like this intercontinental battle when you have so many teams from different regions, different play styles, different, mind games. Every other play style is going to be so, different when it comes down in taking those one-on-one gunfights as well, in terms of, cutting off the rotations, everything. Also coming on for the fact that, GK Esports and as we see Arena Alpha Gaming have been their regional continental kind of like the champion in their own side. GK Esports, especially in the last year from what I'm able to remember, was on a sensational run when it comes down to some of the regional tournaments that they have played. So I'm really looking forward on how some of these teams, especially on our first map, which is going to be the side of, Rondo, on how the things are going to get unfolded from in terms of the strat play, in terms of how some of the hot drops can be also taken. We have seen, especially in the last, I guess in the America's Cup for PUBG Mobile, we did saw a lot of, hot drop happening in towards the side of Joutin, Yulin, and also towards the dancing area. But it all comes down. It all comes down to the players, perspective. It all comes down to the team's play style in the end.
Man, even looking at Group C right here, yeah, you're right. The styles and how they approach, also the adjustments, I would say so, Bullet, because that's very, very important. DRS Gaming, I have seen these players, especially Killer YT. He's not called Killer for nothing. The man has really put up some numbers on the board when it comes to being MVP in the past. So I'm going to keep my eyes out for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, for those of you, as we mentioned earlier, if you want to show some love to your favorite teams, the comment section is wide open. Let us know how that's going to be. Bullet, if this is really the moment for our predictions, then we're really in for a little bit of punishment from Mission Control.
I mean, it always happens with me, dude. Caster's curse is always real. Every time around, if I appreciate one team on a regular basis, or if I say like this team is going to definitely surprise us tonight or for the entire broadcast, that one single team won't be even able to win one gunfight, trust me. So in my scenario, I have a habit of receiving a whole lot of lovely comments from other viewers, and plus, trust me, my caster's curse is definitely right on top when it comes down to the bad omen. So I'm not gonna say any particular team, but of course we will have the predictions momentarily. But for now, I guess our next match is gonna get started in less than 40 seconds, as we have the map schedule right on our Steam's folks. First map will be Rondo, and after that, ERANGEL will be played over and over again for 3 times, and the last 2 maps for the day will be on Miramar. What do you have to say about this one? ERANGEL getting played over for map 2, map 3, and map 4.
Yeah, actually, this is, in my eyes, this is a bit bizarre, right? Because ERANGEL has, of course, being the classic, let's not forget that it has almost never left the map veto. We've always seen ERANGEL every now and then, but 3 of those in a row. That is a matter of complete adjustment from all the teams here, Bullet. Like, they're going to have to change their approach time and time again. So that's a lot of rinse and repeats, if you ask me. So again, this is who we're playing with, guys. Group A and Group B. So we're not going to mention that any further. You already know who it is. And wow, this is a bit of a painful sight for me here, Bullet.
Okay. Let's see, man. I mean, when
I'm
it comes down
cashing in,
to
dude.
group,
I'm cashing
yeah,
in.
yeah, for particularly Group A and Group B, I mean, you do have Alter Ego, Loops, and teams like DPLUS and Reject in the same group, going up against the side of Group B, where you have teams like Alliance, teams like NEPx ESPORTS, teams like Kara Esports, WEIBO Gaming, one of the, I would say, a popular team when it comes down from I would say, the overall Asia region. But it all comes down to teams and the players, individual decision making, the team coordination at the end. But there you go, caster prediction right on our screen. And what do you have to say from your prediction? Who do you think today on the first map is gonna get the victory, gonna get the winner chicken dinner?
Man, I was never lucky with this. Like, there's no data to work with yet, at least for me right now. So I'm gonna put it on the team.
Situation.
Right. But I'm gonna put it on a team that I've trusted all this time, or one of those teams. Please lock in Vampire Esports for me.
Okay, I might go ahead with Reject or D+. The way their play style has kind of like phenomenally changed. Plus, the roster has gone through some sensational changes as well. D+, KIA to be specific. I wanted to go with Reject as well, but D+ KIA would be my bet.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna pretend that I feel like I did the right thing for this one.
Okay.
It is Rondo after all. It is the one and only time we're
Exactly.
gonna get. Right. So
Yeah. When it comes down to, I'm really sorry to cut you off. When it comes down to Rondo Pika, what do you think? What is going to be the playing scenarios coming out from the team? What do you think about the entire map, and what do you think about Group A teams going up against Group B on the map of Rondo?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I feel that I haven't seen enough of some of these teams going up again on Rondo, right? But for those that I'm very familiar with, I'm pretty sure gonna have to try to go to high ground first as much as possible, because Rondo has that good mix of vegetation as well as urbanization when it comes to the area.
Exactly.
So I feel that they're gonna need to get that high ground as much as possible. Resources can definitely be up to the players and up to the team. Like if you drop down, you get something bad, like your weapons are not yet up to par, then I feel that you're gonna have to play that long game every now and then. But if you're lucky, then of course inflict the first blood. Let's see how the teams are gonna go. But again, there's that vegetation. Then there are those buildings that you can definitely take refuge in. I'm gonna go 50-50 on this one. I again, like I said, I don't see some of the teams a lot when it comes to Rondo, so I'm keeping my eyes peeled for this one, Bullet.
From what I have seen on the EWC matches and also on the last Americas, I did saw teams like to play and tend to play and favor on towards the long range gunfights compared to if they get on the close quarter combat, especially on towards the southern and the western region of Jiaoting, and towards the exactly opposite towards the Danqing and the Jardin city, just completely opposite towards the west and the eastern side. Teams love to play on the long range gunfights. I have personally I could be a little wrong about this, to be very frankly speaking. I have hardly seen team actually favoring and going for a close quarter combat. So when it comes down to long range gunfights, yes, if it's going to be a very southern shift of the play circle, of the entire circle, you might see some of the teams actually going in towards the higher ground of the Dacheng, on towards the Huanshan, even towards the Ringjiang area. But if not, if it's going to be a very kind of like a centric shift of the circle, even if going towards the northern side, we might expect teams trying to favor down on playing on the close quarter combat side, on the CQB side. Other than that, like you said, it's going to be a 50-50 scenario. You have to just kind of like wait and soak in all of the action, because it's going to be the very first map of the entire tournament.
Precisely. I feel that they're definitely going to test the waters here, and it's a one and done type of map. So since they're not going to get any chances, like I said, this is the pros and cons of having 3 Erangels in a row. You get some retries, at least for some of the teams, but not everybody. So with Rondo, I feel that it's a shock factor for everybody. Oh, okay, I'm gonna drop here, and if I successfully do this, there's no shot you're gonna do this again, because the next time we're gonna be playing that is tomorrow, most likely. Another thing is that, yes, as you mentioned, I feel that there's gonna be a lot of more long range encounters comparative to how it is, like say in Sandhawk, where it's a more compact map. Other than that, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to stall you any further. We are going straight to the action. Oh, it looks like we're going eastward right here, Bullet, all the way to the Jadana city, pardon me.
It's going to end towards about the Meiran area. It's not a very unique one, but an extraordinary playing path, in my opinion, as well. Able to see coming in from the long haul. Then you have probably 2 or maximum to maximum 4 until it's going to be that drop clash coming in, that somebody or some of these teams will actually try to go towards the very northern side of Stadium or Bamboo, or even towards the side of Muhampan, because from what I know, Muhampan is I would say kind of like a hot drop in terms of some of the top tier loot, especially in this map. But right now, we do see some of these teams actually making their ground way on towards the long horn area. The first blood has already happened between the side of JP and PHALANX and against their opponent team.
Man, talk about early damage. Okay, first contact already made here. So let's see. Yep. And again, first elimination already on the board here, Bullet. Yep, this is exactly what we were talking about, or at least kind of opposite to what we were talking about earlier, because it doesn't look like, this doesn't look like anything ranged to me. But yeah, a little overextension right there from Crazy cost him.
There you have it. It's going to be Alliance to actually take down 2 elimination points back to back on their side. It's going to be just probably that one single guy just trying to run away, trying to get teammates back. Not going to happen. Alliance have actually eliminated the side of JECHEON PHALANX. And there you have it, folks. The very first team to get eliminated. But there you have it. Probably the second one as well. So let's just... Roll on that spray. Takes the second one down. Got to loot as fast as possible, because the other 2 fight happening in from the side of PAPARA Supermassive are just going to be right there up against the side of Vampire. So they have to just make sure if they're going for a 3v4 battle, they have the secondary retreat, like the smokes and the nades right on their counter. But from the side of SUPERMASSIVE, it's going to be just 1 nade and that 1 smoke.
True enough. Another thing is I'm also very nervous here, because this is Vampire we're talking about. This is my prediction. So if they do actually lose this first encounter, then I am definitely going to get taken to the cleaners here, folks. Now here we go. We have TIANBA just feeling out the situation right here. There's already movement, probably heard on the second floor. Let's see how this is gonna go. Take it real slow here. Yep, there's a sign of movement. A little strafe action here, and okay, perfect. Good encounter right here from QZZ, finishes it off. 1 on the board.
Yes, sir. TIANBA getting up those 2 elimination rounds on the side. They have to also make sure that they get their teammate back, and I guess they have got the teammate back. TIANBA, we did saw just on the overall overlay right there that he was dead, and he's now right back on the parachute. He also had that 1 elimination point coming in, so it's good to see all of the teammates contributing really well in terms of the overall elimination. I guess TIANBA knows for the fact that somebody's coming very close on towards the window pane right there. He takes a jump on the wall tin. He has another shotgun in his hand up towards with an SMG. Connects it, but he's very low on HP momentarily. Switch it also to SKS as well. But on the other hand, you do have a double shotgun. Karamproso trying to jump around with the shot. Almost gets it. Not gonna happen. Marso almost had this 1v1 right on his side, but Yamq's is gonna get this one. And there you have it. Such a close quarter combat. As we were talking about, long range gunfights, it's the complete opposite happening in these early fights right here in the stage 1 circle.
Hey, we can't be any more wrong here, folks. I completely acknowledge that as well.
We have been enough wrong.
We're super 50-50. But again, this man is immortal at this point with QZZ over here. Very little resources to work with. Able to escape that with the skin of his teeth, right? With a couple reloads only for his S12K. Still able to rack up like a couple eliminations here for the team. Now, this is very valuable because this early on, you can already tell that some of these teams are fearing. Remember, there is no second shot here, folks, for Rondo. The moment you get eliminated here, you cannot do that again. Not today, at least.
For now, on the other hand, we do see the side of Ultra Ego. Since the beginning of the entire map, I am able to see them back and forth right on the elimination feed. Now they're also taking up a fight up against the side of IC, the team coming in from the Pakistan region. Damn, I don't exactly know what's their game strategy. They're going back and forth with the elimination right up on their side. And there you have it. They have Sape with 3 elimination. Pertosa, one of the guys who have been finished off for the moment right now, having that 1 elimination as well. But for now, take that 1 more. We do see a total elimination number coming in for the 4. Sape does have the intel or the information, I just want to call it on that way. Nate just come onto the right on the space, but the damage is going to get countered out because of the wall over there. But on the other hand, he's going to work targeting the side of Inner Circle. They have also set their eyes on towards one of the standing last player just behind that tree. That's going to be the downed. And there you have the elimination coming onto their side. Inner Circle with 5 elimination points. That's probably the highest elimination point that we have seen. And there you have it on the right-hand side. It's going to be Inner Circle with the highest number of elimination points up till now.
Yeah, thus far doing real good. Okay, I had to jinx it though. Just after we said that, Noki already gone
There you
from
have it.
IC. And last man standing here for IC. Oh my goodness, everything just came with a cost there, ladies and gentlemen. I was gonna say that Alter Ego right there, not really waiting for IC to get any further points. Now they are on top of the hill once again. Meanwhile, while we were talking about that bullet a while ago, I just saw some eliminations as well on the side of T2K. There goes Venom as well. Trained to kill, still looking relatively healthy here with only one man down. Yeah, pardon me, not an elimination, a knock. So that's 1 point across. Oh my goodness. Okay, so as we were talking about that, Sun Jingwoo from Vampire Esports already knocked. Now that's definitely going to warrant a pickup from the teammates. It is a very dangerous round though. Sun Jingwoo is right there in the open. Let's see if there's going to be an attempt for a revive here, Bullet.
I'm pretty sure that they'll go for that, revive at this point of time. As this is just a stage one, you want your man advantage, you want your manpower to be maintained, and towards at least towards stage 3, you want your manpower advantage to be with a 4-man. You don't want to proceed on with a 3-man or a 2-man because that's just going to be a disadvantage scenario up against a 4v4, a 4v2 or a 2v4 vice versa scenario. But at this moment, folks, I didn't expect it to be a very centric shift, but is exactly going to be the case right now, folks. Towards the new X Factor, I think it's going to be the very final circle getting shifted on. But at this point of time, it can also get shifted on towards the MIRAMAR side. We have to just wait for the point being. But at this point of time, every other team who took a decision to drop down towards the southern end, towards the very southern of the map, they have to take a very, very hard shift, a very hard rotation up towards the northern side. The gatekeep scenarios are going to be in play, as we did saw the map. On the edges of the map, there's going to be some teams going to reject, and also the side of TWIS, which is going to be the side of TIANBA, and also towards the side of Twisted Minds, playing on towards the very edges of the circle. Of course, that is not very something like anticipated and something that they had in their mind. There's something that is completely random, as we all know. So they had that opportunity to actually wait on those compounds and wait for some of these teams to come in there, cut their rotation, do the gatekeeping scenario, and get those elimination points right in their team bag.
Yeah, true enough. I like the fact that you did mention gatekeeping here because that is also very essential, right? Especially this early on. If you can stop these teams from actually securing a good enough spot for the next maybe 2-3 stages, then that already gives your team a sense of comfort, right? Because you can just wait out these moments and lure an opponent or lure a person into your zone. And right now, as I always call it, the Blue Reaper right here, the safe zone, it's not very painful just yet. You can sacrifice a little bit of health as long as you manage to secure your spot. It's something that a lot of teams, a lot of players may take for granted every now and then. So let's see, we're looking at around Danching here. We still have SF down there, a bit of a hike for some of our teams, especially those from Train to Kill. They are outside the blue zone here, Bullet. This is gonna be one heck of a ride going into our circle around Low Washing and Meiran. So, and a lot of encounters. I'm already anticipating it, man. We've had a bunch of eliminations already. I'd say five solid eliminated teams, or rather, we're already looking at two teams here that are completely out of the game. Let's see how the rest are going to adapt to that.
Yes, sir. A big point that you mentioned, the adaptation game, especially after the first, I would say the wrangle is going to happen, because the rinse and repeat process is going to come up after we get the map number 3 started right on our first day up here in the playoffs. But up till then, dude, the adaptation game needs to be very much on point. Up to on this particular compound, we do see WEIBO Gaming taking control of that building right up there. We did see order put a spray up on the vehicle, being in charge of none other than side of, I guess that's going to be the side of PHALANX. Yes, that is going to be the side of PHALANX taking up that rotation. Some of these shots got connected, but most of these bullet went down in the drain.
Yeah, it is what it is. Not everybody can be that sharp of a marksman. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of an encounter here between SF and BG. So, yep, there we go. Godspeed and Unknown out of there. Beautiful work. Now, Sky Force looking real strong here with 5 eliminations in total. Still looking good and taking the top spot with 7 total eliminations. But entering the party is WEIBO Gaming here. We have Suk. Just taking a few bumps right there, or giving a few bumps to SF. Let's see if they're gonna be taking the bluff here. It looks like Order does. I think he intends to push for this, Bullet.
Let's see. Could be not. We have to just wait for a while. But there you have it. Carlos, I guess on the side of Empire. WEIBO. Oh, back-to-back nades though. It can get the confirmation. Sock, on the other hand, gets the nade on Riley. There you have it. The first knockup. God is going to be the lone player surviving in this situation up right here. I'm not really sure of what Sanjay trying to do. Sanjay did cut that one more. Oh, it's going to be probably a 1v2 scenario. Am I right about it?
Oh man, yeah, I don't know, man. This is just utter chaos, if so to speak. But Skyforce with the first double-digit elimination, first 10 points here, Bullet. Truly looking dominant so far. Let's see if Skyforce is going to be able to again continue this tear. They are still complete. Now that says a lot. Granted that we're already at stage 2 and we've had confirmed eliminated teams. Some players still struggling, and some teams as well. They're trying to pick themselves up. It's not looking good, especially for WBG and BG. So these two teams, especially for BG, without a single elimination and down to the last man standing. Now with just 4 seconds in before we shift stages. The game plan is still pretty simple here, I would say so, but just not really that easy to deliver.
Let's see. Oh, there you have it. We were just talking about it. I was talking about it. You were talking about it. That this entire shift might just have very slight chance to go towards the side of Meepan, and that is exactly what has happened.
Yes.
And this particular shift can actually decide on how most of these teams can take the advantage of the semi-urbanized area. You do have a little bit of that vegetation coming in, but most of that compound is filled with ridges, each tearing the entire map and different set of compounds. Twisted Minds, on the other hand, they're in a very safe side. Alter Egos are coming in from the same northern side, as we can see, for the fact that this can be a change of the entire pace if they want to actually commit for a gunfight and go for a gunfight up against the side of Twisted Mind. But the other hand, it's going to be another gunfight happening against the side of Alliance, going up against the side of Loops Esports.
Yeah, man, I like that because the choice, as you mentioned, it's the choice, right? You gotta make sure that if you do choose to take the bait, or if you want to push through with your flush out, then you gotta be ready for that. So here we go. This encounter between Loops and all right here, between Alliance. This is very dangerous. Literally, with just a body of water between them, it's a matter of who's gonna try to come across or who's gonna try to break that barrier between them. So far, it's just been a bluff of nades. Let's see how that's gonna go. I for one am holding my breath here, buddy. I'm trying to see who's gonna give in first. So far, we got 3 from Loops, still trying to take out that full squad from Alliance, man.
Also, on the other side, we do have a lot of these teams actually still struggling to get inside the safe circle. On the other hand, we do see the gunfight happening between the PAPARA and Reject. Reject gets that second one. Probably Divine has got the confirmation as well. Did he just do a 1v2? Because as we do see the observer coming onto the side of Duel 18, there's 3 guys who are downed, and Duel 18 right now on second elimination. So that was probably a 1v2 happening in one of the lads from the side of Reject. But on the other hand, it's going to be the side of Empire Esports coming in, trying to come in for third party, as we do have the clash coming in from the side of Kara. Whole lot of nade. Nade is going to connect. The slam is going to happen. The confirmation did come in. Yes, exactly. Raza gets the confirmation on Duel 18. Gets the confirmation on the second one as well. And Reject has been eliminated on the 14th spot on this map.
Oh man, real tragic right there from Reject, folks. Now here we go. Kara Esports is also trying to move a little bit forward for that placement. Okay, and we got those 5 eliminations from Reject is actually not bad, all things considered, but that is it. That is their last chance that they're getting any shot from Rondo, at least for today. Look at all the teams already piling up around the circle here, Bullet. So especially for WBG, they have to make haste, trying to get those spots in. I'm pretty sure, as you mentioned earlier, the gatekeeping is going to happen, and it is going to be absolutely bloody moving forward. Here we go. We got TIANBA scattered all over the vicinity here. We also have FL. I feel that FL right now, they are probably one of the most obvious when it comes to the line of sight here, Bullet.
How these entire teams actually take up a decision. Oh, it is an unfortunate confirmation coming from the play zone. As I was just mentioning about the fact that there are still some teams actually struggling to get inside the map, and that's gonna be that one team, or probably we just wanted to get the elimination point towards his opponent team, so give that advantage. But on the other hand, we do have a couple of more teams trying to their level best to get more of these elimination points right on their side. There you have it. Loops Esports getting eliminated from the side of Alter Egos. They are on 9 elimination. Raspe alone is at 7. Okay. PAPARA Supermassive, you do see the domination trade coming in from his side. 5 eliminations coming up from that lad. We do have another set of teams rotating all the way back from the eastern end, like the Twisted Minds, and then we have WEIBO Gaming's Order also trying to come inside the circle. Then you have Empire Esports still right up towards the western side of the map. So the only team who are going to be in the advantage of holding and compound is going to be the side of PHALANX, Loops, and Alter Egos.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, this right here, this looks like a very, very comfortable spot, at least for the time being. Let's see how the circle is going to move them supposedly later on, if that will actually change. Very random, very arbitrary. So we're going to have to stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, looking at the feed, Alter Egos, Krypton already taken out as well. Or rather, sorry, knocked. So let's see if the team will be spending a little bit more time just to pick him up. Remember, numbers now matter here, folks. Because now at 10 teams left, they're going to try to make it to the top 8 just to score that elimination, or rather that placement point. And that doesn't count for elimination just yet. And just like that, unfortunately, Alter Ego leaves the game at number 11.
We do have the side of Alliance actually popping a lot of smoke on towards the side of Serafina. They just want to back out the possible line of sight which can happen, especially when it comes down towards the secondary utility play. On the other hand, when you have the fourth player playing on completely altered direction, then you have the rotation happening in, and they are actually playing it really, really clever. A 2-man split, and actually a 4-man split happening here. 4 people, just accept the fact that the other 2 are playing in the same direction. Then you have the other 2 playing in a very different angle. They just want to actually deviate the entire attention of Loops Esports. They probably don't have the information on the side of Vitin, as we did saw him just trying to be on the prone state and try to just avoid any point of contact. But on the other hand, TJ comes in. BIK+ comes in very close. Tops actually going for a slam. Ocel gets knocked out by the vehicle. And then you have an unexpected scenario where he has to actually go for the revival. But before that, he has to actually go and eliminate the last guy, which is going to be the side of Nobu. Trying to cope up a nade on the right spot. Possibly can connect. I'm not really sure about this. Gonna receive some damage to the side of Nobu too. But at this point of time, he has to just wait for a while.
Yes, he does, man. I don't know if that was even a good part of the plan here for Team Flash. But that vehicular manslaughter, we take those. We take those. Those still count. So that's still a frag, all things considered. Meanwhile, I like the fact also that Team Flash took that time, by the way, Bullet, because they're not really as bloodthirsty as I would say compared to the rest of the team. They're just bidding for that moment, for that exact moment where they can enter top 8, because that's where it's really going to matter. Big spray right here from Tops, just like that. DPLUS Kia, my guy. DPLUS KIA, your prediction has actually exited. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to rub that in.
I mean, it is what it is, and you have to make peace with it. It is my one-liner that I usually say when my prediction goes wrong. It is what it is, and you have to make peace with it. But for now, Empire Esports are looking very promising. They're at 7 elimination pointer. The manpower is somewhere. We did saw back in the stage second. We did saw one of the guys actually going down. We did they did got their 4th man back in the game. So it's good to see them actually playing at that similar momentum, being very smart with that passive play. And on the other hand, then you have the teams like none other than Sib, and also the side of Alpha Gaming and the other ones who can maybe or possibly can go for that very passive play. Because at this point of time, when you have some of these teams like SkySports and WEIBO Gaming just trying to take some of these teams out, and there you have it. PARAMASSIVE, Supermassive gets eliminated at the 9th spot, and then you have, as I was talking about, the Skyforce being there with 13 elimination points, Loops at 7 elimination points, and Alter Egos at 9. Some of the teams have been very unexpected for me, especially this one team, SkySforce coming in from the region, which is something very different, where I have not seen them playing something very similar to this in some of these past tournaments in the community.
Yeah, that makes the two of us, right? With Skyforce, I've gathered ample information, or at least have witnessed some of their performances. But this right here, again, I did mention a while ago that Rondo is not something that I've seen a lot of teams play. But that's just me. I'm super impressed, however, with the way the Skyforce is doing this. Imagine 13 points worth of eliminations already. You know what that means? That if they take this winner chicken dinner as early as now, that already secures them 23 solid points. And that's considering now right? Of course, there's going to be other teams here who are going to make haste, like Loops and Vampire Esports, who already has 7 eliminations per. So this is going to be super important for Vampire Esports, because if they maintain this manpower later, they probably will have a huge advantage. I'm not gonna speak in finality though here, Bullet, because Tianba and Alliance both still have a complete roster here, man, and this is already stage 5.
Yeah. I mean, at this point of time, like we talked about it, this is going to be the battle of who gets the top of the position first.
Right.
The height advantage right on some of these are suburbanized edges. There, Vitama coming very close, very, very close on towards its exchange of the secondary unit is happening. Tabayan gets the first knock in though. Zeus goes down, possibly in a 2v3 scenario as we do. So 2v4, apologies for that, and 2v3 getting complete converted, possibly on towards that time. Goes up the shotgun, close got a combat right on the face, and there you have it. TIANBA getting TIANBA getting that elimination, back-to-back 5 elimination on their side. Domination being in play from this lad.
Oh boy. Okay, so this is what we're so dreading earlier, Bullet. Look at this. Now look at the mini map here, ladies and gentlemen, or in this case, just the map. Look at the positioning. This is the craziness that was happening earlier. We have Alliance and Loops. They're definitely playing cat and mouse here, with each of the members from Alliance trying to get hold of a compound separately. This way, they do have ample information to go around. They can definitely signal any sign of movement, any sign of pursuance here from the other teams. I would say the same for Loops, but the manpower doesn't belong to them at all here, Bullet. They're definitely outnumbered. I am super curious on how TIANBA and Vampire Esports is gonna come here untouched a little later on.
Let's see. I mean, this point in time, team we just saw the elimination of Team Flash as well, and that close quarter combat. If there's going to be that one single team being very dominant with the shotgun and the SMGs being in play, it can be a very different tale. As we do still have 7 teams left in this scenario. A lot of nades and secondary utility being in play from the side of Order over here. Loops, on the other hand, we do have Sorfina being right there, charged up with the 4th elimination, possibly the 5th one coming in. Look at the overall damage. I guess the damage has surpassed more than 4 lakhs for the individuals, as well as we have seen for the top 4 teams right now at the points table right on our side. Vampire Esports taking the first hit over here. Loops Esports gonna damage out and target one of those guys coming in onto the line of sight, and we do have the scenario where Loops Esports, for a really long time, we have seen them, especially in this particular map, very first map of the day, being very passive after the second stage in play.
Yeah, I like that. The fact that these teams, now they have to fully commit to that passiveness, man. A while ago, there's still room for a little bit of aggression. But now, since this is very important, at 7 points, each placement counts. The leap between 7th and 6th place is definitely going to be detrimental to the team who became a bit more careless. Meanwhile, I'm also keeping my eyes here on Twisted Minds, right? Because they haven't had a bunch of action for the longest time. Right now, they do. They have their hands full. And a little bit of friendly fire there on the side of TIANBA. So I'm not really sure if that's deliberate, but let's see what that means here for them. Man, okay.
Ooh, Twist Lord. Gonna pay the price of being in the very open vicinities, and the same, I guess, is gonna happen from the other surviving players. Probably can say 2 men last standing. What is 2 last men standing? Yeah, 2 last guys. But there you have it. WEIBO Gaming have been eliminated at the 7th spot. Top 6 teams are remaining in Loops. Like I said, Rafina and everybody playing that very passive game gets a spot on Freak. Possibly the damage has been taken. Can actually go for those eliminations as well, because Twisted Minds are out of those covered points, and the covered spaces. At this point of time, they have to actually pop up some smokes and do some magic work, and those smokes are actually not present right then, and that's why they are being very, very, I would say, notorious in these open spaces. Zone goes in less than 4 seconds, and we have to just wait for a while how Skyforce, my bad, can go up against the side of Empire Gaming, because they're very close on towards the southern edge.
Yeah, man, look at that. And Vampire Esports, I'm pretty sure they're gonna, or I feel so, maybe, for the most part, I feel that they're gonna be the ones squeezed in, forced to vacate the premises right here. I just hope, like, for my prediction's sake, that will not be the case. That it will be the oppositions here. We have Alliance and hopefully so, Loops, that they're going to be the ones to have to vacate their spot. Look at this. Eye set on the target here. All right. Take some small shots right here on Freak. right behind the tree as well. So I'm pretty sure that gave away position already, Bullet. I'm really nervous here for Alliance.
Possibly wait for a while and let the zone do its job. You know for a fact that the guy has to actually come out and a little bit of fun happening in, I guess. He's just waiting in. That zone does his work, and I'll just confirm up that elimination point. Or he didn't had the line of sight. Possibly no. 6th place. Twisted Mind goes out, and then you have the top 5 teams. Look at the charge percentage coming in. Very minute.
Yes.
Only going to be there for the side of possibly that was the side of Airlines, which has now changed. A whole lot of nades getting exchanged from both ends. From the side of Skyforce and the side of Empire Esports. We do have Sungji being very on towards the front end or towards the side of Goddess. So it can be that one-on-one, contact being made between these two lads. Look at those nades, dude. How many nades do they have right in their backpack, dude? More than 10 or 20. It's going like one for you, one for mine. There you have it. Goddess goes up against. Takes a little bit of damage though. But Songwoo goes out of that window pane, trying to vault in again. He goes inside the house, up again, up. Oh, Zingo goes down, and there you have it. Songwoo going down very early. Getting with that 14 elimination. Skyforce, they are right now going super insane.
This is crazy, man. I'm telling you. Okay, here we go. So we have Red Bull from Vampire Esports already taken out QZZ here from TIANBA. The chances here, they kind of don't matter, at least so far. Bullet Alliance does have the numbers advantage, but they're still at it. Loops, I think Serafina, there we go, taken out. Now, Alliance, that's what I was talking about earlier, Bullet. If they manage to secure the spot for the longest time, then they really have a very high chance, probably the highest chance of survival here amongst everybody. The plan seems to be falling into place. Now, with 3 players remaining on the side of Vampire, almost an elimination here for Alliance. This is going to be very dangerous territory for everybody. Almost even up here on the percentages. Meanwhile, as you did mention, there's one too many nades for my liking here. I want to see the stats later on that one. Jeez.
110%, dude. I don't know what is up with this inventory management coming in from these guys. It's just on the side of Skyforce, they are doing an exceptional job coming in from the Nepal region, to be very frankly speaking. There you have it, getting that one more confirmation. He knows for the fact that he can take up the last fight as well. Look at these shots. Oh, he gets it. Sunshine going absolutely bonkers. There you have it. Right up at the top 4 right now. Top 3 right now. Possibly the fact that Alliance can actually get this one because of the man advantage on their side, but we have to just wait for a while. I don't want to be the guy cursing the fact, Pastor's curse is very much true. Sorry. Shut up for a moment.
Yeah, we're going to try not to jinx that as well, at least for my sake. Now, here we go. Godless out via Molotov with 10 eliminations. Vampire Esports also closing in on the potential 2nd place here. Look at Skyforce now with the last man standing. Oh my goodness. We did kind of jinx it here, Bullet. Look at this. Skyforce originally a while ago had the most number of eliminations, but because of the numbers game, Alliance still looking tough, sturdy as a tree. Let's see if they're going to budge here. And there we go. Look at this. Oh man, we had to say it. We had to say it that Skyforce a while ago, as you mentioned, complete dominance. Oh, here we go. Lazarus taking out one member of Alliance. Halamidullah, if I'm reading that right.
Yes, sir. It's gonna be a 2v3 scenario. Can be a 3v2 scenario at the moment, but this will call for a fact that one of the guys from the side of Empire is still very much down. So, can be very crucial. But Juskil gets the side, the very first pick up against the side of Vampire. There you have it. Might be the chance that one of these guys can actually go for a revive, and one of the guy can actually go for a cover fire. But not really sure because all of these other guys are kind of in a semi-zoned pit right upon this situation. And some of these anticipation shots are also happening from the side of Mavigine, coming in from the side of Alliance. So right now, it can be anyone's story in this point.
Yeah, man. You got to understand why I'm super nervous right now. Why my heart is pounding. Because this could be my very first and last correct prediction. And there goes Holland from Alliance. Now we're looking at a solid 3v3 here, Bullet. Let's see how this is going to go. Almost fairly even on chance. Only with the points and eliminations here do they differ. Alliance looking good with 11 eliminations on board here for Vampire Esports. Let's see. I'm pretty sure that there's a very narrow vantage point here for Vampire Esports to take care of. I don't know. Look at this. And now the zone is not looking very forgiving here. We have less than 2 minutes left. Literally about 90 seconds, less than 90 seconds to work here on stage 9. And they're going to be pushed towards the middle of the road, Bullet. Oh!
I mean, okay. I mean, at this point, there's hardly any gunfight happening in. This is all about the nades being in play. Vampire esports are stuck in. Vampire esports are way too bad in this positional play, and I'm pretty sure Alliance will take it home this time around. And yes, they just cannot do anything unless they can actually put up a shotgun right from the place of the oh yes, that's gonna be the AR. Not gonna happen, and there you have it. Vampire esports didn't have the chance. So much to play. A winner chicken dinner coming in for the side of Alliance. A very well try in the end coming in from side of Empire Esports. I have to say in for the fact that that was a very, very bad spot to be at. Still they gave up. They didn't give up the entire strat on their end, and they tried their little best. But for now, Alliance will take home that sweet winner. A little bit sweet and salty, very frankly speaking. The sweet and salty winner chicken dinner on their side, and really good elimination points as well. We did saw Skyforce being phenomenal with those elimination pointers coming in their way, but in the other hand, you also have to take up those placement points. At this point of time, we did saw 4 elimination points coming from Omen, 4 from Bikini, 2 from Medulla, and Alliance coming in with that one. And not, I'd say, a pretty decent one, because for the fact that then you have 2 guys being the run and being the gunners of the team when you are completely being dependent in terms of the damage numbers and in terms of the elimination numbers as well. And then you have guys like Alhamdulillah and Alliance playing in on the flex and support role. So it's really good to see them playing in this kind of like chemistry.
Yeah, I believe so too, man. Like 11 eliminations plus 10 placement points. That's really a good way to kick things off, right? So, yeah, a while ago we were led to believe almost the Skyforce was going to take it because of how the momentum, the flow state has kicked in for that team. Not to mention, again, they were pretty far in, right? They were definitely within the top 8. I can really also say that if they did survive that with four players, with 4 members, up until like probably the last 3, it's almost imperative that they are going to take it. It's almost affirmative, rather, that they will take the winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, good amount of damage here for both players and the healing as well. I personally believe that this is just the beginning for Alliance. Now, of course, I'm gonna have to breathe easy here, folks, because Vampire, I did vote for them. So close, but yet so far with the 2nd place. I'm gonna tell you right now, Bullet, that was a sigh of both relief and, in my opinion, just a bit of a heartbreaker, if you will.
I would say a good play in the end.
It was good. It was good.
Coming in from the side of Vampire, TIANBA, and Skyforce, especially the side of Skyforce. Look at the overall projectile throws coming in from the side of Skyforce. 29 from their side, and the other end that was highest was 19 or 12. So in terms of the secondary utility play as well, Skyforce was completely being phenomenal in my opinion. But at the other time, we talk about the side of head-to-head damage being done. Alliance with 2,265 damage being in play, 2,956 apologies, coming in from the side of Vampire Esports, 12 eliminations from the side of Vampire, 11 from Alliance. In terms of the overall heal, Vampire did have the overall advantage though. In terms of the MVP of the game, it is going to be the side of Ruthless 79. 1240 damage, 14 utilities being used, 7 elimination, survival time of 28 minutes and 18 seconds. In terms of the elimination number, and plus the damage and plus the survival time, this wasn't picture perfect stats in play coming in from the side of Godless.
Yeah, and considering that they were not the ones who got the winner chicken dinner, Bullet, Godless really did play that part, right? So still,
yeah.
Now I believe that he is the man to beat here. They have to chase him down. Not far behind, of course, is Snape or Snape, if I'm reading that correctly here. From Alter Ego, we have Lazarus from Vampire and Rylane, or if I'm reading that correctly. These stats, these numbers are not very far from each other. So there's definitely a lot of room for these players to catch up on. Truly a good way to start our playoffs here, Bullet.
I mean, in my opinion, I would say definitely this particular match has been kind of like right there in terms of being very on point in terms of the action-packed performance that every viewer has joined us for this broadcast, but also for the fact that some of the teams like DPLUS, KIA, teams like even Reject in the very first map kinda we're not in the same state that I was expecting them to be at, especially also the side of WEIBO Gaming Inner Circle. Inner Circle, coming in from that region, was very much on point for the very first, I would say, 12 minutes or the 15 minutes. After that, I don't know what happened to them. They were not able to win those gunfights.
Oh yeah, I agree to a degree, especially with DPLUS Kia. Right, I've seen them in the big stages. I've seen them really go against crazier odds. Right, if you think about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but all that I'm saying right now is the fact that DPLUS Kia was really doing their part in I think maybe this is the feel off stage for DPLUS Kia. Meanwhile, we were talking about it. I just saw like 300 throwables there. Bullet, that's quite a record for them to beat, right? You did mention towards the end, it was no longer about all pun intended. It's no longer about the bullets. It was already about the throwables. But ladies and gentlemen, that was only our first match of the day. The Ruthless Invitational Showdown will return after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Peak and Bullet will be right back.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got a feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. My name is Pika, joined by Bullet, and we just witnessed our first match for the first day of the playoffs. It was an insane match altogether, going all the way to stage 9, but at the end of it, Alliance Esports take the winner chicken dinner.
It was, I would say, smartly, played map coming in from the side of PHALANX. I mean, teams being at what, 12, 15, elimination points, and then you had Vampire Esports being stuck in that very bad positional play. It was a very very well cooked chicken, vanilla chicken dinner coming in from the side of Alliance in the end. But for now, folks, as we do see the playing teams once again, Alter Egos. I mean, for the side of Alter Egos as well, since the beginning of the entire game on the very first map of Rondo, they were very on point, up to it with the, I would say, honestly, with the head-to-head gameplay happening with the side of Inner Circle, being very dominant with the elimination plays happening in from their side. So I would say definitely when it comes down for the prediction for the second game, I will definitely go for the side of Skyforce.
Okay, very interesting. So, as for me, I know that loyalty gets rewarded. So, I'm going to keep my vote straight. Still with Vampire Esports. They came really, really close. So, Vampire Esports for me, mission control, you can lock that in. I literally am gonna die on this hill. For what it's worth, I'm gonna keep it on that.
We are here for it to see whether you're gonna stay alive or get cooked up till in the end. We will just see and wait for a while of what's gonna happen. But as you know it, folks, our second map is going to be the side of ERANGEL, the biggest map in the entire game that we have seen up till date. And as we all know, folks, in this map, it's one of the classics when it comes down to ERANGEL and MIRAMAR. It's one of the classics, and we have to just let these teams just soak in for a fact that, yes, especially for all those teams who didn't had a very good stats or the numbers game happening on the map of Rondo, they have the chance to completely turn the tables around when it comes down on the second map of ERANGEL.
Yeah, man. And the thing is, I feel that familiarity here with ERANGEL is really one of the best factors as to why teams can plan better. Comparative to how it is on, like, say, probably Rondo. Because from the very start of PUBG Mobile, we know this for a fact that it has always been and will always be ERANGEL that is going to stay on the Vita, or at least based on what we've seen. On the very rare occasions that we can feel the discomfort of some of the teams, but I don't know how it is going to be for now. Granted, we have three ERANGELs, a lot of rectification for our team. So if they don't get it the first time, there's always plan B and plan C, all things considered.
Let's see. I mean, again, it's one of the OG maps, one of the classic maps. Every other team kind of like know the ins and out, every other corner of this map when it comes down to even the military base, when it comes down to Katkan, every possible point of interest, or the POI you want to call it, when it comes down to the entire situation. Also, when it comes down being the familiarity and being one of the classic and the older maps in the game, it also comes down to the fact that if we might see the drop clashes happening in, the hard drops happening in, where one team might go for intentional drop clash in one of the POIs, or might go in for that unintentional clash as well. The coincidence in play which can happen, which has a higher chance of happening in on the map of ERANGEL compared to what we saw on the map of Rondo. So we have to just wait for a while on how things are going to get unfold. But like I said, I feel like on the map of ERANGEL, it is going to be that aggressive team which will take home the minimum chicken dinner on the second map of ERANGEL.
Yeah, that's right. Some teams actually choose to be aggressive too, right? So they're not it's not always a matter of, okay, I'll let them be the ones to go for the push. I'm gonna wait for it. But no, sometimes they're just too comfortable with ERANGEL, especially when you go to military base, where you have to fight tooth and nail when it comes to these resources. You gotta be super aggressive, or at least very firm with your gathering of resources. In a few seconds, we're gonna see who that team is, who's gonna be the one who's gonna call the bluff of landing in military base. We'll find out.
There you have it. I mean, I love the prod team doing the brilliant role. We have to get lobby music in the background. Pumps up the energy right through the roof. Oh wow! What in the world is that plane path? Too many hot clashes or hot drops, whatever you want to call it, on Quarry Pre-Smog. Let me just call that down. Farm Ridge, Sozoska Island, or even on the military base, or even on the Milta, because Milta shelter and especially the prison area are one of the few of the spots where some of these teams happening in from the group A and C love to play on those spots. So chat, you gotta be ready for those very early gunfight happening.
Man, this is insane. This is one of the most extraordinary paths I have ever seen in my life. Almost a complete straight line, literally west to east right here, Bola. But look at this. Some of the teams did not also hesitate. They're going to try to go northbound, probably towards Georgia Pole at most. And then again, I'm just putting it out there. But my goodness, we have RC obviously trying to drop over at military base, trying to seize all the resources. The other teams are going to take a very long hike here, Bullet, if anything. Let's see. A lot of Milta power action going on, especially from NEPx. Yeah, I do feel... Oh, there it is. And look at the irony of where the circle is, Bullet.
What? I mean, I want to say a lot of things, but I just cannot say a lot. And there you have it. All for one. with their WZ. They are with Akimbo in play. Gets the very first one, possibly the second as well. The teammate is going to come up for the assistance. Where do you have it? Alliance on the other end, trying their level best to survive in this very early gunfight, which they didn't want it to take from what it looks like. But for the other end, we do have the pistol being in play from the side of Alliance. Possibly gets the damage, though very good damage towards the side of Carlos. Might get this one, might not, because Opus has that assault rifle in his hand, but the second guy is very much down to that, minute HP, the pixel IC, you want to just call it. At this point of time, Halan just making sure he gets the confirmation because he can actually do it because none of these guys has those armor on the west right up on their spot. There you have it. Cassius gets one. Car Esports can actually make this thing, make this entire gunfight go up onto the other end, but in this 2v4 scenario, it's very hard to say.
Oh, absolutely, man. And these teams are not chilling at all. Let's see how this is going to go for Alliance. A while ago, they did hold the fort quite long. And just like that, we already have our very, very first elimination here, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, let's go back to the action. Inner Circle also got their hands full here. So we got OP. We got T24 here from IC. Needs a little bit of picking up. Okay, so yeah, so far we have a good amount of manpower, and they had to make use of the very little firepower that they have here. Even going with knife frags over here, care of Godspeed. But little retribution here is just from the micro Uzi. Let's see how these teams are gonna pick themselves up. An early bloodbath, to say the least here, Bullet.
Let's see. I mean, in terms of the early bloodbath, I kind of like called it out.
I do.
Because of the plain path, because of how the circle has completely taken a massive shift. I don't know what's going on with the meta for the circle. Oh, what a brilliant! Long way coming in from the side of Crazy. Clean and on point. Right there to get up that elimination. Inner Circle facing the heat coming in from the side of PHALANX, and at this point of time, Crazy in Hollywood does know for a fact that Coco is going to be down. They have just the cover of the vehicle right up there. Some of these guys from the side of Inner Circle actually can go and pave the way to take up that one elimination. But, Crazy is just going to change up the spot. Hollywood comes around with the same pace as well. Coco is also at the third vehicle. They have more than 2 vehicles on their side. I guess they don't have the information for the last man standing right up here from the side of IC. Just moving his way like a snake, but he gets that one pick. There you have it. Good job being done. But now you have invited the worst. Every other guy just come up, but what? No, not exactly. Not exactly. He gets the one, but he has to just go in for the confirmation as well. But Hollywood on the other hand, playing on the eastern side from this POV, he can actually go in for the revive from coming in from the side of, Inner Circle's last guy. But on the other hand, we do have one of the guys from the side of our Supermassive playing on this side, but right up here, going on, being very, very dominant with that shotgun in hand. Switches out to the knife. I'm not really sure. Did the ammo run out? I guess yes.
Yep. That's a confirmed elimination right there. There we go. Kamikaze already eliminated by Alva from Alter Ego. Okay, beautiful stuff. So that was a very tough spot to be in, I would say so, because again, you really can't exit. You're being scouted left and right, despite having one knock within the room. There you go. Alter Ego with a couple eliminations already exiting quite badly, I would say, at stage 1. Not even half of it just yet, Bullet. Another team eliminated. We have JP eliminated already with a couple eliminations to their name as well. So, as you mentioned, man, these teams, they are not afraid to actually engage very early on in ERANGEL. They do get some chances, perhaps later, or at least they can try. Here we go.
Let's see, man, on how things can unfold or not exactly. We have to just wait for a while. PAPARA Supermassive. I mean, a very unexpected elimination coming in from some of these teams. I was not expecting PAPARA Supermassive to go down such early in the game, but that has happened. So you can expect the unexpected. Oh, good kill coming in from the side of Precious. Good elimination on point. But then Alliance have set their eyes. We do see some wall banks. We do see some shots getting connected with that long range gun in play. But on the other hand, Vivigini is just going to come up very close and personal, trying his level best to get up those final eliminations from his side as well. 5 eliminations already racked up from the side of Alliance. What is it, like 6 minutes into the game or hardly 4 minutes into the game? And we have already, 3 teams getting eliminated? Okay.
Yeah. Again, not shy of anything confrontational when it comes to ERANGEL, right? So, yeah, beautiful work. And again, this is the the really ironic twist of our circle here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're looking at a very northeast bound circle. So Stalber and Kameshki still here optionally. Probably the last parts of our circle will gear towards that direction. Milta Power already almost completely abandoned by our teams. Let's see, there's also going to be some crossing by Skyforce. They did come from the military base, if my memory serves right here. Bullet, and looks like they're going to have some bridge action underway. Probably so if they make enough commotion. Right there, we did see a couple teams as well trying to head north from where they are. It is very early, so let's see. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a bit of a ceasefire moment here for most of our teams. Granted that, yeah, I think this is a little too early. We can chill. We could probably relax, just like Vampire Esports right here. They already have high ground perspective. Bullet, let's see how they're going to take advantage. Oh, you know what? I just might be wrong here. Looks like they're vacating.
Let's see. I mean, yes, they have to, because in terms of the overall, inventory management as well, I don't see them having enough nades. I don't see them having enough
you're right.
supplies for themselves. So it's it's a good call to actually get out of that spot. Talking about the side of Team Flash as well, we did saw them being very close, right up in the top 6 spot, to actually take more than 2 teams down from their side and getting eliminated in the last map, very unfortunately, in a very unlucky scenario. So now I have the overlay right on their side. It's not just 3 teams. We are 8 minutes in, and there are more than 7 teams who are out of the lobby. Okay.
Yeah, again, real nasty stuff right here for our team, ladies and gentlemen. This is the complete opposite of what went on earlier in Rondo. Around this time, we had 11 teams at probably about
11,
stage 5, right? So this is a very early baptism by fire for our ERANGEL. Look at this. A lot of our teams still out in the out there in the blue zone, like Twisted Minds. We have BG, RC as well, and Vigini over here from Alliance. Just a bit of separation between him and his team. I'm not so sure if there's going to be a bit of contact between these oppositions. Let's see how that's going to go. Team Flash still looking chill alongside, well, basically the numbers of Alliance are still at 5. I'm not so sure. I'm pretty open-minded how this is going to go. I am also quite baffled that at stage 2, we're already looking at insane violence here, Bullet. Speaking of violence, there we go. Sancheer drawing first blood on all of our Team Alliance 4-1.
On the other hand, you do have the Skyforce trying the level best to stop this momentum in play coming from side of Alliance. Abdullah gets that 1 nade, possibly on the wrong toss, gets not outside, gets out of that unfavorable scenario as soon as possible. God is already down. Alliance is going to go in for the confirmation. On the other hand, Abdullah's going in for a 1v2. He's not even waiting for his teammates. Going to pay the price for the same. Halan's gonna left out in this 1v2 scenario. Skyforce has the opportunity to wipe out the team who gone for that winner with a chicken dinner in the last map, and they have done it.
Oh my gosh.
Alliance has been eliminated at the 11th spot. They had such a good momentum in play in this map from the starting, from the beginning. But there you have it. Project knows where the action is happening in. They are coming in for a quick turnaround.
Man, you might be right here. Well, I'm already looking at it. Skyforce with still a complete squad, albeit with some damage on their end. They are next in line here when it comes to the points, when it comes to the eliminations, I would say, or at least by when it comes to the total points to work with. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports also have a little bit of contact here, taking out Princess Null here from RC. So yeah, Vampire trying to make haste. You got to get out of the blue zone. And you know, as we were talking earlier, Bullet, I did mention a while ago that there's a huge chance that there's going to be some separation between Alliance and the rest of the team. Specifically, I believe there was one elimination outside the blue zone, and that, I think, was the start of the crumble for Alliance, because they could not actually go for the rescue of Vigini. He was outside the blue zone when that happened.
I mean, at this point of time, some of these unfortunate scenarios can actually happen, and you just have to do your level best. You just cannot expect every time around that things are gonna turn out in your favor, even though the situations are onto their side. So unfortunate things can happen. But at this point of time, we do see Whisker getting that Wrath of Rejects. Riju Whisker also goes down. We do have the slam coming in from the side of ours to get that confirmation, though. The domination is on point for the side of Vampire Esports. And look at this. The circle has completely shifted out towards the northern end, and the plain path, what we saw, was quite the opposite of the things are going in towards the side of stock area. But at this point of time, on how things have unfolded in just 10 minutes, has completely shunned me away, to be very frankly speaking.
It is, man. I'm in awe of what's been going on here. Well, meanwhile, we have order from WEIBO Gaming. Yup, that is it. Put a cap on it, says DPLUS Kia. WEIBO Gaming out of there with at least one placement point, because unfortunately, I believe they did not score any elimination points at all for this match. So, good stuff. We'll see you in the next match. Meanwhile, DPLUS Kia, your boys from earlier on, looking real sharp here, taking out tops and win via Nate Fabian. Here he is, man. He already has one elimination to his name. It's basically Osal, who doesn't have anything yet. Let's see. So we're gonna have a little bit of team action here. Wow. Okay, so DPLUS Kia, man. What are your thoughts on them this time around? They exited very early on during the first game.
I don't wanna do the caster skills, but to answer it out for one caster.
And there it is.
I think they have to just play their their own kind of like the mind games that they have shown in the previous tournaments all across the globe. They have to just observe what's going around what's going wrong for their side here, frankly speaking. And I would say just the second map, we do have still the 4 maps in play, so they do have the ample amount of time to actually turn things around in their favor.
Yes, I hope so too. Patience is the name of the game. Now, a while ago, aggression still completely valid. It was very early, and they could take some chances here and there. Not to mention resources, right? Still a lot of stuff good for the picking. But now, with 7 teams remaining, like I mentioned during the previous game, guys, this placement matters. So from 7 to 6, you're not gonna want to give up that potential placement point. Got to be super careful. The only teams right here that are still complete out of the 7. We have Train to Kill and Twisted Mind. So these numbers are going to really play around their favor if they take care of it properly. Look at this. Look at this. We have Train to Kill with 4 eliminations, still situated quite well from where they are.
Twisted Minds, on the other end, as we have seen them actually being very close to at least remain in the top 5 or top 4, to get up those quite the advantage of the placement and the elimination points as well. They have to actually take this map very, very seriously, and take this map something to just reconsider the entire strategy for the moment. But for now, for the side of team T2K at this point of time, Train to Kill have definitely gone up for the shots to actually challenge the side of DPLUS KIA. So DPLUS can actually come in and take this fight, or maybe just wait for the opportunity for anybody to actually do a pretty serious mistake and just capitalize on it from the side of Train to Kill. And this is what it looks like. The entire Stalker region has completed towards the very northern end of the map.
Oh.
And Twisted Minds have actually got an opportunity to go this down. A good one coming in from the side of Fabian to take the side of Jim Empire Esports up against the side of DPLUS KIA. We do have the supplies being in play from the side of Team to Kill. Fabian over there, it's going to be the side of Train to Kill to actually get that elimination coming in from the side of Fabian, though. We have to just wait for a while to see on how this entire scenario can play out. It's a triple threat in combat in play, dude.
It is. Oh man, big casualty supposedly right there, because Igneous down in the open. This is going to be very tough. Now Train to Kill has that choice whether they're going to give up positioning or not. Ajaya out of there as well. Train to Kill crumbling here like honestly like an anthill. Let's see how this is going to go. Rules is still, I believe, instructed to stay up there. There goes Igneous. Only a matter of time before Ajaya also falls. And those two actually have really fair amount of eliminations bullets. So it's such a detriment to the team if they do go out that way. Look at this. A bit of an encounter. A little sandwiching right here for Train to Kill. You see how Lazarus is over the horizon. I'm pretty sure there's information that Lazarus already has, but is just not engaging just yet.
Yeah, we have to just also understand the fact that some of these teams are actually willing to go to any sort of strategy in play to get this fight in their bag. On the other hand, in terms of the overall pointers, as well, we see the side of Empire with 23, Skyforce with 24. Still, we have 2 of the guys remaining alive from the side of Skyforce. On the other hand, we have the side of Flash. One of the guys Trained to Kill with 6 points, Twisted Minds in the overall of 5. We do have, in terms of how some of these teams have played overall, I might say for a fact that Skyforce can actually be the team, but they only have just 2 guys being alive in this scenario. So it's really hard to say if they can get the minimum chicken dinner.
Yeah, for the time being, we're gonna have to wait for that. Fingers crossed as well. You got Twisted Minds. Again, the numbers, man. This is huge for Twisted Minds. They are the only complete squad so far with 7 teams, and we've been stuck on teams number here. I'd say with 7 of them since stage number 2, if memory serves. So this right here, if Twisted Minds play their cards patiently here, oh, I had to say it. I had to say it. There goes Lord Care Fabian, and I thought Fabian was a goner early on, and a little bit of vengeance here from Freak and Wash. Oh man, DPLUS Kia also falls victim here, ladies and gentlemen, and that's it, leaving at number 7 with 4 eliminations.
I would say a good win in play coming in from the substream to kill as well. We do have some other players trying to just reconsider the entire scenario. Vampire Esports with 23 points in the 3rd spot, Skyforce at 2nd. We have the top 4 in play, which I feel this time around can be the side of Team Flash to actually take this one, but
Yes.
you have to just wait for a while. But on the other hand, we are already 17. That's it. Twisted Lord, there you have it. Spots him, takes the down, probably gets the confirmation momentarily, and there you have it. Jaya, back-to-back 3 eliminations in play.
Oh boy. Yeah, Twisted Minds, man. This is where it's at. I was talking about this earlier. Numbers, sure, they're no longer complete, but it allowed them to reach this far into the game. So with only 6 teams remaining, we're going to have to see how the teams are going to handle their manpower. Here we go. The circle is going to take us to a very peculiar spot, a very hard spot to deal with. I'm sure and there's information here from Freak that Ajaya, with those prior eliminations, probably already alerted. Let's see who's gonna try to contest. Dude, I'm telling you that these lines, these zip lines, and then these towers right here, this is a good spot. But at the same time, it's no man's land. The moment that you're already scouted, then you know you have nowhere to go but down.
For now, the side of Skyforce are trying to stay very far away from this entire scenario. They're trying to go for kind of like the passive play, or just be that 3rd guy in the fight who's gonna get the advantage. So it does come for the fact that, you know, it does comes on the fact that there's 2 man, so they have to just remain a little apart from the entire gunfight happening in from these 3 teams. But on the other end, if you are going to fire bullets like this, as we do see from the side of Godlex, they are going to consider your position and actually can come in to take up a gunfight right on their face, especially with teams like Twisted Minds and Alliance, as they do have the manpower advantage into their favor.
That's a valuable resource. Okay, there goes Venom, though, trained to kill, withering down 1 man at a time. And we also have Wash and Freak still around the vicinity, just trying to see if they can manipulate the direction of their opponent. Let's see how that's gonna go. Look at how low into the map Freak is going. There goes Lazarus as well, and that's the cap for Vampire Esports, man. So it looks like my boys are gone again, at least for now, for game number 2. At least for now. So last 5 teams remaining. The points are going to get even more valuable here, ladies and gentlemen. No complete squad, by the way. We got to put it out there.
I mean, this was bound to happen on how the teams have, played so aggressive. So it was bound to happen. On the other hand, look at the limited resource that they have. The only team who is having the maximum number of range nades, more than actually double-digit nades, are going to be the side Twisted Minds and Skyforce. So it can be the winner with the chicken dinner, like I said. My prediction can actually go right, but I just want to shut up for a while. I don't want to jinx it for the moment. But on the other hand, it's great to see the side of likes of Team Flash still remaining alive, with Zeus being the lone man surviving, trying to gain up that passive play, trying to do this survival gameplay as more as possible.
Yes, for sure. I'd say information also, that's absolutely key here. Yeah. So with BG being Team Flash as well having their last man standing, if you turn a blind eye on any of these 2 players, it's definitely going to be costly. But again, the pressure is on the side here of Zeus. Yep. Oh man, beautiful showing there. Godless, however, there for the pickup, or the pick off rather. Last 4 teams remaining now. On the side of Skyforce, Godless surely gonna get some healing here from Sanchir. He cannot let this go. This is very precious manpower. This is 1 more man to help the team win. And I did think that a while ago, I thought that we were gonna get a fast match right here. Well, but no, not at all. We're actually moving to our 22nd minute just because the teams decided to play this game a little bit slower, a little bit safer, despite a very rocky start.
Yeah. Oh, nice parkour coming in
I saw
from
that.
this side of team Train to Kill. Godless 79 on the other hand is trying level best to stay alive with all of the supplies being in play. Train to Kill coming in with the 2-man power that they have. Ajaya talking about they has more than 3 elimination, to be precise, as 4 elimination coming in from his end. So maybe because they have a good compound in hold, because most of the teams have to come in the same direction. It can be the very first the action being played from side to SUPERMASSIVE, going in for the shotgun. The first one disappointed, the second one pinpoint, but on the other it's going to be the longest shot coming in from the side of Freak as well. That's going to happen. Goddess gets the double. Oh, but in the end it was Freak to shut him out. More than 4 teams being eliminated from the hands of Skyforce. They get eliminated at the 4th spot. Coincidence in play, but for now it's going to be the side of Train to Kill who has this win of a chicken, because of the fact that the other 2 teams, the BG and the side of Twisted Minds, are just remaining alive with just 1 guy playing for the placement point.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about as well. The point made here, ladies and gentlemen, that numbers really come into play right now, despite the fact that there is a good amount of aim going on there. There really is just like that. I was going to say that because Twisted Minds, we're not doubting the skills, but if you're the last man standing and you are unable to hoist that flag high above your shoulders, then it really is no use. It is now between BG and Trained to Kill. Burmese Ghouls over here, last man standing. We have 2, and Rules OG on the patrol. Let's see who's going to be pulling the trigger here. We still got backup. See, that's what's really, really important. Now, instead of worrying about 1 guy, 2 has to worry about, all pun intended, 2 guys. The side of Train to Kill.
Yeah. For now, I think maybe phenomenal 1v2 clutch can happen, but a little fun play happening in from the side of the last guy remaining in from the side of Burmese Ghouls, and other guys from the side of Train to Kill are trying to find him out. But they also know for a fact that it's going to be either the 2 guys trying to, or 3-man power trying to just outplay him, or it's going to be just 1 single guy. I guess they know it.
Yeah, exactly. I feel that this is not news to them anymore, right? They just gotta make sure that Train to Kill, they just play it patiently. I'm really more invested right here in how they're gonna try to flush out Ghouls without having to give away the other guy's position. So maybe the possibility of a pinch here. Look at how Ajaya also has a vehicle in hand. So should there be a bit of an encounter here, then at least Ajaya would be right next to the teammate, just to make sure, especially since Rules only has 1 boulder to work with. Or no, never mind. I think he's more than confident to at least loiter around the vicinity, just trying to reposition himself. He knows that there's still going to be a chance for a bit of a salvage here. Now, there's also a vehicle right next to Ghouls. I'm not so sure what the plan is. Maybe, again, later for rotation, prolong his life a little bit. But again, this is only all in theory for the time being, ladies and gentlemen. Train to Kill still up 1 man, and now they only have 20 seconds to work with. Contact by O2.
Yeah. A lot of the contact is actually not on point from side of Ghouls, and for the side of Ajay, he knows the exact spot. They have it. This time it's going to be the shot connection in play. The drink getting popped in, but he has to also be very alert on the fact that it can be the second guy who can actually take you out if you go on to just commit towards that 1v2 situation.
Yeah.
So you have to be very smart with this one. As the zone is going to squeak in, he has to move around with the buggy in play, and he has just to kind of like expose himself out there. The spray's going to come up, and that is going to connect very down to 10% HP. There you have it. Train to Kill, grabbing that winner chicken dinner on the 2nd map of ERANGEL. A good one indeed on how we did saw them playing very consistently, very consistently from the stage to itself, stage to circle itself. They did kind of like drop clash, I guess, with one of the teams on the other side of the map on the POI. Probably that was Alter Egos, or I guess it was the side of TIANBA. Not really sure about it. but they did take a drop cash with one of the teams, and coincidentally, they did got out of that scenario out of the scenario as soon as possible. So them surviving the worst of the situation that they have seen on the second map, it's great to see them emerging out victorious in this matchup.
Yeah, that's true, because a while ago they weren't really the most secured team to begin with, right? They had a lot of early encounters. They were being targeted very early on with only 9 eliminations, not really a 2-digiter, but that was very valuable to them. It's very substantial 9s. And during the final encounter, at least getting a couple members in, because knowing how it was earlier, we saw how a lot of the teams were eliminated early. Bullet, not to mention some of them were a little reckless, to say the least, when it came to their manpower control. So well done on the side of Train to Kill. Got a good amount of stats here. So as I mentioned, not really too greedy. I like that. The fact that these teams, they just took their time, especially Train to Kill. It was just really a matter of outplaying the other guy. Now, I would also give that credit to the final team, the BG, if I remember correctly. So that right there was it was well played. In the end, numbers really, Bullet. That's really what it boiled down to.
I mean, it was a good play in the end.
It
from,
was.
Both sides trying their level best to claim up that victorious play. Look at the travel distance, highest coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. In terms of the throwables being used, look at the numbers being in play from side of Team Flash. Skyforce, on the other hand, yes, I was logged in for that prediction that they can actually turn the tables around, but they were not. I would honestly say, speaking for the fact that they were not even close to remain alive in the top 3 and get up with that man advantage. But there you have it, folks. Sometimes around you have to just try your little best, and situation cannot always favor onto your outcome. But on the terms of the damage, we do see 1593 damage being done from the side of Train to Kill, 187 damage being done in the final fight. I guess there's a couple of mistakes right up here in this stat, because just 100 damage in the end. Burmese goals, not really sure about it, but yeah, for the side of Train to Kill, 512 hits, 9 eliminations, and 1593 damage.
Yeah, it really was. I'd say statistically very distant from both these teams, right? So 100%. Train to Kill a while ago, they did inflict quite significantly higher than that of Burmese goals. But again, it's probably because they were in the grand finals. The final 2 teams. We have Ajaya over here with 6 eliminations to his name for Train to Kill. Now that is again another boast. A very, very braggy number, to say the least. I remember our previous MVP with 7. So this is a very close count to put in his name. So let's see if that's going to be the case later again for the remaining maps.
Also, talking about the... Yes, please go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Oh, no problem, man. I was about to say that right here. Look at this. Just tied up, with between Team Flash's win, Ajaya again. I think the most, probably the biggest difference here, I would say, is that probably is because they did win. Stopping his top spot here, at least for match number 2, because win is numerically higher than Ajaya in this case. But we also have special mentions to Freak and for YD, basically for Twisted Minds here. I'm gonna say that.
But for now, talking about the overall map leaderboard, I did saw Circle doing a very consistent play. We did saw them in the last time around being with 5 eliminations, 6 eliminations. They are right up in the same spot, but they have to also focus on getting that win chicken. In terms of the great jump that we have seen, that is definitely right there coming up from side DPLUS. They were right down in the bottom of the top in the last, I would say, 4 or 5 teams right up in the first map. But at this time around, they are the 7th spot. So a huge jump in terms of the points being secured in the second game. For the side of Alliance, a shocker. But in the end, it is what it is. Match stats coming in for the side of the map number 2. 69 total eliminations. Throwers being used 88. Total rescues 18. Divine with our MVP, I guess. Coming in from the side of Recheck. Airdrops to trade is just going to be 1. 5,353 total healing being done. 70 total knockouts. 16 headshots. And longest elimination distance going to be 372 meters.
That was a disappointing number of throwables, I would say. So, oh my god, because the utilities used not even a 2-digiter for something as big as ERANGEL. So that right there, folks, we're gonna have to wish for the best for the coming maps. Hopefully it does pick up. I am a man of destruction, so I would want to see how that goes a little later on. Meanwhile, look at this. Not very far in the points here for Skyforce with 30 total, Alliance with 26. And from there, look at that. Very negligible gaps between Vampire, Train to Kill, so on and so forth. For page 2, though, this is where the teams, I believe, really have to make haste, because we look at BG, IC, and RC, as well as WBG. These teams are literally 2 points away from each other. Basically, the odds over here, my guys. So just 11 onwards. This is just a matter of one good game.
Yeah, just a matter of like you beautifully described it. Just a matter of one good game. But in terms of the overall, Skyforce is going to be at the top, Alliance at the second spot with overall of 26, Vampire with 25, Train to Kill grabbing that one sweet little chicken dinner right up in the second map, 20, Twisted Minds with 16. So overall, I would say the teams who have been very much consistent with the elimination pointers in play, and also with the win with chicken dinner, except the fact that Skyforce is right there at the top, is going to be the overall story up to here in map number 2.
They do be the big dogs, at least so far here, ladies and gentlemen. But let's see how much more of these points the players can get. This is only day 1 of our playoffs. So we're going to bring you more action, specifically more ERANGEL, when we resume from this short break. Pick and Bullet will be right back for more Ruthless Invitational Showdown after this.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
Lights out. I got a feeling, but I can't shout. I got reasons, but I'm all out. No rest for the weekend. Give me what I want. Never get enough. Never giving up. Give me what I want. Turn on, get ready for it. Stay strong. I'm here for it. Don't stop. No rest.
Hey folks, welcome back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown for PUBG Mobile. And yes, we have witnessed back-to-back 2 games. First one being very, I would say, spooky when it comes down to the overall action. But the second one, back-to-back gunfights, back-to-back eliminations right up in the very first 5 minutes of the game. I mean, in the very first 8 minutes or 10 minutes, there were more than 7 teams who got eliminated in the very first 10 minutes. So yeah, that was a very quick map up till in the end, and that was none other than this Train to Kill to grab on that victory up in the end. But let's take a look at the map schedule for now. Vika.
Right, all things considered, we have again another Erangel here, folks. So this is definitely a chance of redemption for some of our teams. They want to try it again, probably regroup, make a different approach for this one. We've seen these teams already go at it during the very first stage, Bullet. So this might be a bit of correction for them. Oh, okay, we got a little bit too aggressive during that first run. This time around, we might let the others go at it. We'll be there. For lack of better term, we could be the scavengers for the time being. Let's see how that's going to go. But again, please do root for your favorite teams here. Can't wait for the prediction again. So again, these are the guys that we are going to be looking at. Now, folks, a while ago, we did see the crumble of some of our teams very early on. Some quite unexpected, to say the least. Wouldn't you say so, Bullet?
Yeah, I mean, for the overall strategies, I would definitely say for a fact that, some of these teams are looking very shaky, like NEPx, and even for the side of Team Flash and Team Twisted Wilds, because we did saw them kind of like struggling to even win some of the basic gunfights, especially for the side of Twisted Minds as well. So again, we have to just wait for a while. If they have something, some other tricks up to this. He's also talking about the side of WEIBO Gaming. They are one of the popular teams that we have seen in their region. Order is a phenomenal player when it comes on towards being some of the regional championship that they have won in the past, period of like 1 year, from what I'm able to remember. So some of the teams, yes, are still struggling to rack up those points. But again, it's going to be the start of Erangel once more time. That rinse and repeat process is going to be in the play. They can actually, they have to actually read on and try to capitalize on all of the mistakes coming in from the opponent teams and just make sure they get those numbers on the scorecard.
Yeah, maybe placement, not just yet, but we saw what happened to Skyforce because of the big numbers they put in during the first game.
Yeah.
It really gave them a nasty lead, even for the second game, even if their positioning was not that great. But again, it is that time of the day. We're going to have to put in our predictions for the third time in a row. I am locking in with Vampire Esports. Yes, you heard that right.
Okay. I will go with PHALANX in this map. They were again very close. They're in the top 4 once again. They have been very consistent with their placement points and overall survival gameplay right up from the very first map. And they did got the very first map. They did got the winner chicken in the very first map. So I will definitely go for Alliance in this third map of Erangel.
Yeah, this is another thing, right? I actually paid little to no attention to what production team actually predicts.
Yeah, and actually they're gonna go for Skyforce. Okay.
Naturally so. They probably have you have a time machine. I can feel the production probably already knew that it was going to happen. This has happened before. I remember production actually getting ahead of me on scores. So I'm looking at you, production, with your hacks and all that. But again, there's also no telling that Skyforce is not going to make it. We saw what happened during the first 2 games here, Bullet, especially the first one. True tear when it comes to elimination. So fingers crossed for that one.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Skyforce has been that very consistent team, very consistent teams in racking those elimination points. And I would say overall, in terms of how they are just also, I'm so sorry, rotating all across the map, and also getting those eliminations. If I just take a look at their overall distance being driven compared, if I just want to compare with the top 4 teams, Train to Kill have driven almost and moved all across the map for around 70,000 meters or whatever metric units that is going to be in this game. Train to Kill are at 56,000. I just want to take an overall 60,000 in terms of on foot distance as well. Vampire Esports are right there with 71 plus 15,000, 65 plus 15. I just want to take an overall of 77 or 76. Alliance has just moved on or driven with the vehicles for 40,000 of the entire stats. And Skyforce, guess what? They have only driven 38,000. The rotation numbers are so I would say such a large difference in play compared to what some of these teams who are placed down below Skyforce has done. So it comes out of the fact that Skyforce are being very focused. If they are dropping down to that one specific POI, if they know for a fact that there's going to be one team coming in very close vicinity all around their positional play, they're going to take them out. And how they want to do it? They want to focus on their very early looting strategy. So it comes down to that, one step at a time, kind of like the strategy that they had in mind. I guess that is exactly the set piece in play from the side of Sky Force. When I just want to talk about their team. But another team who has kind of like shunned apart on the map number 2 and they have completely gone silent is going to be the side of Alter Ego. I mean, Alter Ego were very, very on point on the first map of Rondo, what we saw. But on the second map, I didn't saw them actually being very on point. I guess there is a technical
Okay, here we go.
difficulty.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, there was a ghost here. Anyways, but kidding aside, yeah, I agree with you in the sense that there was a dramatic difference when it comes to the travel. So it means that they are committed to staying within their zones, and then rotation isn't really the 100%. I feel the focus in such scenarios. You did mention looting and just making sure that resources are really put into good use by Skyforce. So let's see if that's still going to be the game plan here moving forward. They did miss their opportunity to get higher placement points during match number 2, Bullet. So if that continues to happen, they might drop off the rankings, if so to speak, because a while ago they were unable to do the same amount of eliminations. So maybe, just maybe, they also have to focus on seizing those placement points. Now, our focus here, if I could say so, is that the flight path is northeast bound. So we saw what happened earlier, man. We were eastbound, and this the direction that we're gonna land in. Supposedly, the final stop is where the circle spawned very early on. So it is only a matter of time, of just a few more seconds, ladies and gentlemen, before we see where the circle ensues.
In the entire shape of the plane path is almost the same. Just the direction has been changed, almost a straight line when it comes down from military base up towards the side of the Stalker's Peak. At this point of time, we have to watch out for those early clash. We did saw how 7 teams were eliminated in the very first 8 minutes of the game, and I guess the same scenario can be in play in this map as well. We did see, and we did hear some of the SMGs being in play, and we do have the very first early blur coming up from the hands of Vampire Esports. And I guess we do have what we are able to see a very close quarter combat happening from the side of PHALANX and Vampire Esports. But I do have 3 of these guys from the side of Vampire Esports playing with a shotgun in their hand.
Man, Vampire Esports again. This has to happen. Now my fear is completely struck. Oh my goodness. Yep, I had to say it. Commentator's curse right there. Very, very early on, Bullet. Already 1 casualty on the side of Vampire, inflicted by, I believe, JP. So let's see how this is going to go. But they're still alive, though. It just takes 1 good pickup from Vampire Esports. We got Red Bull already trying to go for that pickup. Yes, sir. Now with 2 eliminations, I think Vampire Esports is gonna be fine. Again, don't hate me on this. Don't hate me for this, guys. I'm just protecting my investment. You know what I mean?
You gotta protect those investments. But there's a saying: all of the market risk are subject to the inevitability, or whatever that is. I'm not able to call it. I'm just gonna put that in the trash. But for now, we do have a Red Bull trying his level best with the spray. He's gonna get 1 more out though. He doesn't have any armor. The armor has been busted open, and he has to just make sure that he stays very, very intact with his teammates. On the other hand, Phalanx, one of the guys from Phalanx trying his parkour, and he gets it! He gets on towards the very edge! Okay, if the audio is not treated... Sporta, you almost were right there. It's gonna vault in probably one of the windows. But one of the guys gonna come out. Oh my god! What?
Did you see that? That was very cinematic. Very cinematic from Red Bull. Literally slid down the house and goes for the frag. Amazing work. We gotta see that again, man. Those highlights are insane. Meanwhile, okay, we're gonna go back to that. I know we can appreciate that a little bit more. Vampire Esports with 5 eliminations. A lot of action here going on between Reject and Vampire as well. We got Princess now trying to exit immediately. Lazarus taken down. My goodness. Reject is out of their care of Vampire Esports. Look at this. Everyone bloodied. And Red Bull with 6. I'll say that again, folks. 6 eliminations already. My goodness. Bullet, what is going on?
This is nothing but a pure bloodbath happening in from every other guys and every other team trying their level best to just make sure that they have the best elimination point, because Skyforce has got them that 21 elimination points in the overall pointers, and having, you know, somewhere the best of the placement point, but having 0 win a minute chicken dinner. So it tells around the fact that they are also understanding the play that yes, we want to get those elimination points and we have to start getting those, because this is going to be map number 3. The 50% of the playthrough has been done for the first day of the playoff.
Oh my, yeah. You know, I'd say this is looking good. This is absolutely looking good for most of our teams. With the Skyforce again, as you mentioned, they're still at a good spot, I'd say, points wise, and now they are it. A lot of these teams are going to want to chase them down. Now, speaking of chasing down, we have PAPARA Supermassive over here, just going for a very, very long range encounter. I'm not so sure if there's a bit of information that Alter Ego is near the vicinity, near the high ground. Okay, a little bit of contact here from Holland. Yep, just a ring around the rosy. Got to be super careful. Oh man, right on the chest, says Domain.
Okay. At this point of time, NEPx gets that very good pick on the side of Alliance, and with 3 eliminations, such as 2 men standing apart, it can be a fight of Alliance, because from the side of NEPx ESPORTS, the other 2 guys are very, very apart from the entire positional play, but he has an advantage of providing that long range support. If one of those guys from the side of Alliance goes in for a close quarter combat, Nate getting hooked up, can possibly connect just a little further away. Almost does, but just a little further away. But in the meanwhile, he has the cover of Rex. But on the other side, who's going to be knocking the door from behind? That's going to be the car of Karawis. Gets the pick on Rex. Now the opening has been made for the side of Alliance. They can definitely get this out and done. But no, he gets that opening on the other one. 4-1 is down. Luis on the other side from the side of Kara Esports is doing the magic. It's just that another triple threat game in play. Shotgun in play. There you have NEPx ESPORTS goes down. Bikini has to go for a quick revival as soon as possible, because Kara, Luis is just going to be right there, ready and waiting.
He's going to have one heck of a hand for that nade to actually connect, right? Here we go. Vigini, and then 4-1. Yeah, definitely has a lot of healing to do, man. But there it is. There it is. Are we good? Is it good? Oh my gosh, we had to say it, Lewis. I jinxed it. I completely jinxed it, bullet. And there it is again. Another baseball throw here on the side of Lewis. But no, wrong estimation. Still not looking good. But Kara Lewis just went for a hit and run. I think trying to get those bits and pieces. Okay, goes for the DBS. Looking good. Still a lot of health. But the level 2 helmet and vest. Is this going to be enough for... Oh, no. Overextension really pays the price. Good try, though. Just tried to go real quick. Oh, man.
Tries level best, but that was some action. I mean, we did saw the slide down and play from the side of Hollywood Phalanx. We did saw the baseball grenade throw. I mean, what's left to just see is just going to be some clutches and ace coming in from these lads. So look at the circle, a very sentry shift, but I just want to wait for a while. I want to see where the stage 3 and stage 4 circle looks like it. But on the momentarily for now, folks, Alliance on the other end trying their level best to stay alive and get big elimination pointers in play, because they are, what, 4 points behind of Skyforce in the overall pointers that saw after the map number 2 scorecard. But in terms of how Team Flash is looking at, it's going to be at the 6th spot. Flavin gets that pick on, a very long range though, on one of those guys from the side of Blue.
Yeah, man, I'm still caught by that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna go back to that throw by Lewis earlier on, because that was insane. Meanwhile, Team Flash looking real good. Tops right here, taking out Neil Zada from Loops. And again, Loops hasn't been turning up since I think game number 1. Let's see how they're gonna go with this one, because they only have 1 player remaining. And if I'm reading this, Rattle Boy over here is basically a big knockdown right there for the team. Still over at stage, I believe we're on stage 2. A lot of teams still outside. Vampire Esports now in military base, has to make a little bit of a hike, trying to go back to the mainland here. No bridge action so far. There are like a couple teams right next to them. We have Skyforce and IC. Now, will there be an encounter? We'll never know. I feel that this is gonna be an untold truce between these 3 teams right now. Stage 2 looking real early, real quiet so far, or at least for the time being. Information being disseminated here for Team Flash. I'm not really so sure here if Alter Ego decides to draw first. Okay, up. You know what? Forget silence right here. Nah, no time for silence. Moana right there, flushed out by Zeus. Bullet. Yep, I could never be more wrong. Team Flash is out for violence.
And they have to. I mean, they are the sixth spot. I mean, they have to. They have only
They
6
do.
elimination points in the last two. Can have an average of what, 5 to 6, elimination points being in play on both maps. So they have to. But on the other hand, again, 9 minutes. Sorry, almost 10 minutes into the game, and there are more than 5 teams who have been already eliminated. So the bloodbath is absolutely in chaos from all of these teams. A good net. Oh my! What in the break? I just wanted to know what energy drink, what chocolate bubbles did they had. I mean, these nades are just cinematic, or one for the highlight reels.
Make that 2 for today, man.
Pure cinema in 4K.
Dude, okay, it makes me want to ignore some of these gunfights, man, honestly. Because for some reason, we miss some of the shells, some of the bullets, right? But when it comes to these nades today, man, I cannot put my finger on it. What makes it so good for these players? Like, again, as you mentioned, what are they eating or drinking that they're this accurate with them nades? You know, hopefully, we get to rewatch that later, man, because that's just too beautiful. Okay, more nade action here. Nolbu. Okay. Oh, again, another nade from Sung Jin Woo. Let's see how this is going to go. Osal, a little bloody. I think he's just trying to clear the path here for the possible rescue.
Yep. At this point of time, Shenshir on the and Skyforce are going to do their level best. TK is it's very sad to see. I mean, team like DPLUS are right in the bottom 15, and they're struggling to keep themselves alive. TIANBA on the other end, a good nade, but DPS are actually preparing themselves to get out of this situation as soon as possible. Bucky getting their position changed, but no, it's actually going to go out. He goes down. Nice one coming in from the side of Chip. There are 8 injections inside of 6 down. That's going to be that one last guy coming in from the side of DPLUS. TIANBA trying the level best to to this point. It's going to be the Nobu to actually take one more guy out. He can actually take the last one as well. Or did he did? Oh, yes, he did. That was
did. He actually did.
Was out at 11th spot. 1 VP.
Nolbu.
They still have it.
Nolbu is a madman here, Bullet. That is crazy. Remember a while ago, theoretically, I was saying that he was gonna go for the rescue of Osal, right? So sure that didn't really come into fruition as well as we could say it, but dang, he put a cap on TIANBA just like that. Ladies and gentlemen, now down to the last 9 teams. So the next eliminated team surely gonna be a bittersweet moment. Here we go. Bose with a really sad, really tragic Molotov frag for DPLUS. I had to say it, man. After that wonderful performance from Nolbu, they got eliminated just seconds later, not even a full minute before we could finish that story, buddy. Now we're on top 8 territory. Every single team now has guaranteed 1 placement point.
At this point of time, for the side of the circle as the map number 1, they were very promising. But since the map number 2 has started, they are not, I would say, hard to put it, they're not someone that who has completely outshined the likes of Alliance in the map number 1 and the likes of Twisted Minds. So they have to recollect themselves, they have to go back to the drawing board, they have to think a little bit more on how and what things can be done right on some of the things have went wrong in map number 1 and map number 2.
Absolutely. Again, we did say that, right? Rectification mode for some of these teams. They do have that allowance to try and be more careful for about 3 tries, right? 1 try down. This is the 2nd try. So at least in my opinion, we have the likes of Trade to Kill. A while ago, they did get the winner chicken dinner. Hey, whoa.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. A little bit of the theatricals here for 2. And a while ago, it was 2 who did become the last man standing for the entire team, right? So whilst they don't have a single elimination just yet, they are sure to get at least 1 placement point so far. So it's a matter of survival. Now, meanwhile, Twisted Minds, same thing. They might be playing the long con here. Bullet. They might just be slowing down for the possibility of the numbers game. We did see that come into play earlier. But if I'm going to swerve a little bit off topic here, buddy, How many moments have we seen for this game alone? First, the drop down spray. Then we got 2 solid nades from 2 different teams. Are you serious right now?
I mean, I guess it's time for the production team to just clip it for the highlight reel, and the players are getting credit. Wow! One more! That was a swing right there from the side of OG to take down one of the guys from the side of Team Flash. Trained to kill are just right now aiming to take out back-to-back elimination pointers on their side. There's no sort of fact that he can just pave the spray through those trees. A leaflet right there. He gets that one pick. There you have it. Top's gonna find the last guy. Actually, the second last guy right there. A little bit jumping around. But no! He's just gonna fight back. The floor's gonna come up with the vehicle and the buggy right here. But Train to Kill eliminated the side of Team Flash. Almost. I mean, we knew for a fact that Team Flash was kind of like struggling to stay alive in this entire fight. But the nade, the opening, the cinematic, the theatrics coming in from the side of Team Train to Kill is something that every other team has to watch out for.
Man. Yeah, it all started with that nade, right? That knock was the intro to everything that was gonna be Team Flash. Oh my goodness! Okay, that really caught Twisted Minds off guard, right? So, okay, so 1 man down. Like I said, they have to try to play safely here. The downside of that is if they do get flushed out, they are not going to walk away with a single elimination point, which they do not want. Vampire Esports taking refuge already with a very strong 11 eliminations so far. So you know what that means? They are the only team right now with a double-digit frag count. All they have to do now is to place as high as possible. We've been stuck on 7 teams here for quite a few seconds here. I don't know who else is gonna come out. Okay, so we have Gooey or Dewey, if I'm reading that correctly, from Vampire Esports, already eliminated. Last 2 players here. Look at the separation here. We got a bit of a... Oh my goodness! There goes Vampire Esports in the blink of an eye.
There you have it. And
That's
Vampire Esports were at the 3rd spot when we saw the overall scorecard. Oh, I'm so sorry. When we saw the overall scorecard on after the end of the map number 2. So Vampire Esports going a huge vacuum gap being in play for the 3rd map right now. It's either side of Train to Kill to capture that opportunity or either side of Team Twisted Minds to do it. But on the other hand, as you do sit aside Twisted Minds, when his fantasy goes on from the hands of WEIBO, Gaming Promise goes on the other hand is O2 have the opportunity to actually take down the cap. It's actually going down on the other level. Look at the rotation. Look at it, how some of these guys are maneuvering around the map. Dude.
Yeah, this is the biggest contribution that they get to their, to basically all the mileages that they have, right? So we're gonna check the stats a little later on how much they've actually driven all around ERANGEL here. Meanwhile, BURMESE GHOULS keeping it slow and steady. As we mentioned earlier, they're gonna play scavenger for the time being. They're gonna wait for these teams to soften each other up before they go in for the kill. Speaking of kills, Train to Kill right now with only 1 casualty on their side, still has 4 eliminations. But I'm gonna tell you this right now. Okay, hold that thought. There goes Venom, care of Godspeed with the S12K. I was gonna say the Train to Kill was looking real good, right? But there it is. Commentator's curse again. I hate being the one to do that.
I mean, we have seen enough. But Train to Kill gets 1 more. Buck speed goes out. On the other hand, it's going to be the side of Loop Esports to come up in the same vicinity. Some shots being taken from side of Finya, some from the other guys. Razak is going to be the POI where Razak is going to be the POI where might be the change, the shift in the entire pace can happen. But on the other hand, it's going to be the side of WEIBO Gaming up against the side of possibly the side of Twisted Minds and everybody getting very close in terms of the edge-to-edge play. On the other hand, Inner Circle is also remaining alive in this top 6 scenario where they have the chance to actually take up that 1 second dinner. You have to find out, you have to wait for it. Some of these nades getting exchanged the same way. Sook has the information, one of the last guys, or one of the guys remaining alive goes out in the open. Sook has 1 more chance, misses it, 1 more nade getting tossed up. Look at the coordination in play from both of these lads. But for now, shots gonna get missed through those window panes and they have to wait for an opportunity where Wash will get out and go out of this entire gunplay.
Yeah, there's a painful graze right there from Sook. Now he does have to recuperate a little bit, right? Gonna try to flush out the last 2 remaining players from Twisted Minds. We got Wash, if I'm reading that correctly, and 4 WEIBO, if I'm reading that right. So a little bit of distance between these 2. Oh yes, this is nowhere to go here for Wash from Twisted Minds. Yeah, that's it. Like a cornered animal, he had to be there. And the hunter being Sook. Okay, still alive and kicking. Again, this is very dangerous waters that Sook is walking on. But again, he has a lot of backup to work with. Lord on the other side of the compound, or basically the opposite side of the street. Let's see what kind of backup is going to be here. Is this going to be... oh my god! No! No way, man. Right through the window. How many more of these are we getting, a bullet?
I guess and enough for a 5-minute highlight reel for our organizer Ruthless Esports hype. I mean, definitely those nades are, yeah, those nades are gonna be there, man. Come on, production team, you gotta clip it and upload it every now and then, because some of the nades are just way too cinematic, dude. WEIBO Gaming, on the other hand, for the eliminations, they have the potential to do it and get this whenever the chicken onto their side, but also for the side of Inner Circle is going to be the biggest goal in this whenever the chicken dinner pathway.
And look at this. WBG and IC both have a complete squad each. So if it all boils down to this, then it's going to be a matter of good gunfight. Right? Look at that. Very minute percentage differential when it comes to survivability or survival. I want to see how this is going to pan later on. Train to Kill and BG. You know, these were the last two teams a while ago that actually duked it out. Yeah. Now this is going to be very vital if these two teams are actually going to do the same here, because a while ago WBG they were not as spectacular as they are in this game, right? A while ago they had a very tragic game too. Very no points whatsoever, if I recall, or very low at the very least. So now they gotta seize the moment. They gotta seize this advantage. Okay, never mind. Basically drawn gunfire here for both teams. One man down apiece.
At this point of time, things are looking very unpredictable at this point of time. Every now and then it's gonna be the side of I-10 to take down on the side of Sook. Order on the advantage, set positional play on Noki, very close towards the other guy as well. Order taking more than 3 fights at the same time. OP comes up from the back, trying to take out one of the guys, trying to rotate with the vehicle right up there with the buggy. Not gonna happen. Possibly can pop out some of the spokes to block out the line of sight from the other end. But I see 2 OP getting very close to one of the down guy. That's gonna happen. Ghost has an upper hand advantage with them being playing behind the boulder. Can actually do it. We have to just wait for a while. Nade not gonna connect, and he has to. Maybe he has a chance, yeah. One of the Molotov is gonna go out. He has to just roast him out, and we have the talk. Eliminates the side of Inner Circle. What a brilliant fight happening between the side of WEIBO and the Inner Circle.
Yeah, I like that. That was picture perfect, right, for both IC and WG. The fact of the matter is, they understand what's at stake here. You know, WBG, this, like I said earlier, this is their chance. They entered the top 4, so they already have a very good amount of points, at least placement-wise. So they got to keep their numbers. They tried to take down the bigger one in the picture compared to the other two teams, namely IC, and there it is. Because of their persistence, because of the aggression, IC fell down at number 4. Now, we are on a very crucial triple threat here, because all 3 teams have 2 players each. A little bit of a unfavorable situation here for WBG, because they do have to pick that one guy up.
And this is something that from the side of BG has been in the same scenario in the last matchup as well. They were down with just that 2 last guy. They're trying their level best to remain alive, and from this goal, we're not able to do so. And there you have it. Train to Kill might be looking for another whenever the chicken dinner back to back. Can actually happen? Yes, in my opinion, for sure. WEIBO Gaming with the 2v2 scenario can actually make things a little bit harder for them, but Engineers doesn't have that information with the audio. I'm not pretty sure about it. O2 goes behind these trenches, but for now, he's trying to just swap out the UMP SMG in play. Can actually do it. A 1v1 scenario up there, but the second guy also comes at the same spot. He has to connect those shots. Not gonna happen. O2 goes down.
No way!
The side of Train to Kill. Up against WEIBO Gaming. OG goes down at the same spray. Order able to take down 1v1. Now it is going to be the confirmation, possibly happy with the nade. Not gonna happen. Both of these guys are remaining alive. And is it? And yes, it is. WEIBO Gaming finally claiming the throne at the #1 spot for the 3rd map before the day. Winner, chicken dinner for the side of WEIBO Gaming. And finally, I'm so happy to see Order and his teammate performing at the same potential that everybody and every other fans of WEIBO Gaming were waiting in for.
Yeah, wish granted right there, buddy. A bullet for Weibo Gaming getting this winner chicken dinner. And I have to say that was a really painful denial of a 2-time winner chicken dinner very early for T2K, right? So, and again, you got to give him props being once again in that final 2. The grand final spot, essentially, that grants them a good amount of points. Not as much as you would for the first, but train to kill, still very remarkable, I would say so, in my opinion. Hopefully they get to reclaim that spot, if not at least close to it. Good stuff. And this is what I was talking about earlier. I'll be very honest here, Bullet, is the fact that a while ago, the second game was not very favorable for them. They had to pick themselves up, and look at where it got them. A total of 9 eliminations plus that 10 points for winner chicken dinner. Not bad at all.
Yeah. A good one in play, but in terms of the overall stats as well, 370 from KI, Stroke with 374, Soak with 353, and Order with 200 in the third match of ERANGEL. A good one in the overall, I would say, scenario, but also comes down to the fact that they were actually trying the level best from the first map itself. So finally getting that winner chicken dinner definitely going to boost up the overall points in their favor, but we have to just wait for a while on how some of the points are gonna be in play as we do see it. But I'm pretty sure that WEIBO Gaming are right there up in the top 5 or top 4 spot. But for the side of likes of Skyforce and Alliance, I think there's going to be a major shift in the power play.
Yeah, in this case, man, there's going to be a lot of tug of wars, right? When it comes to the top spots, these teams are definitely going to try to climb as fast as they can and as effectively as they can. The frags are truly going to come into play. I'm pretty sure that's what's going to happen. And here we go. Travel distance, man. This is what we were talking about earlier. A lot of roaming, a lot of snooping around the map with WBG getting 10,000 meters, man.
Yep. In terms of the overall, throwables being used, if we just talk about it, look at the side of Train to Kill coming in from Nepal. 13 nades, 2 flashbangs, 2 smokes, 1 molotovs, 13 smokes from the side of WEIBO Gaming, 10 nades and 2 molotovs in play. Overall squad time with 19 on Train to Kill and 23 from the side of WEIBO Gaming. Head to head in terms of the overall damage, 1244 from the side of WEIBO Gaming, 9 eliminations, 811 heals. Train to Kill, 1561 damage, 8 eliminations, 477 heals. T2K Esports doing their level best and trying their level best to stay in the top 2 or the top 3 spots.
Yeah, no, this head to head is cool. I'm gonna say that right now. Yeah, this right here is cool. Now, WEIBO Gaming, of course, as we would say so a while ago, finally getting their footing. Let's see how that's gonna go for the last ERANGEL a little later on. Meanwhile, another MVP comes forth with 8 solo eliminations, being Red Bull. So you know what this means? We got a bit of a dethrone here. Let's see how far Red Bull is going to be able to take this with 8 eliminations and a pretty nifty survival time of 16 minutes. Good amount of damage. Not to mention the utilities. Also, everything's fair. But again, he is so far the highest eliminations we've had since the day started.
Yeah. But in the overall, I would say top performers as well. It's great to see Viper coming in out of Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports had been struggling to get up those, I would say the best of the best placement points. I guess up till now, even I would say, if I'm able to remember, they are at a single-digit placement points. Combining the third one. So there you have it. Match report coming in for the start of map number 3. T2K Esports with 8 eliminations, 9 eliminations coming in from start of WEIBO. Vampire Esports with 11, Team Flash with 10, Inner Circle with 4, TIANBA with 8, Burmese GHOULS with 2, Twisted Man with 2. And on the other hand, it's going to be just 3 and 3 and 2 from Alter Egos from the likes of Alliance and DPLUS KIA.
Yes, there it is. So we have teams, unfortunately, that are yet to get better placement points, if at all. So hopefully a little later on, we're going to see how that unfolds. Meanwhile, just for this match alone, we have finally gotten 115 throwables. We're going to get to that a little later on. 70 total eliminations, still a bit generous, if so to speak. We have 5,700 healings and 77, just 7 points of more, 7 points more comparative to our game number 2. And again, the 115. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier. Absolute cinema, Bullet, with all those beautiful throws, cannons of arms for some of our players. I want to see more of that, and I want to see them in the next game.
Same here, man. I mean, in terms of the overall strategy, in terms of on how some of the plays are happening from side of Flash, WEIBO, Train to Kill, and they are going to be at the top with 3 matches being played, 28 elimination, 9 placement points. I called it single-digit placement points. And damage that they have done is 5,443. Overall damage that they have done with the knockouts combined is going to be the side of 300, 832. 30 knockouts have been played from the side of Empire Esports. Average survival, maximum and the overall survival that has been done is going to be the side of 19 minutes. So it's great to see again, likes of Empire Esports have not even claimed one single winner in chicken dinner. They are the back spot. Sky Sports was not claimed that one single winner in chicken dinner out of going to be a 31. Train to Kill with that one single winner with a chicken dinner in play from their side is just at the second spot. So a whole lot of storyline are gonna just come out for the end of the day.
Yeah, and I, for one, am looking forward to that. We are halfway through the day, ladies and gentlemen, here for our day 1 of the playoffs here for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. But don't go anywhere. The final ERANGEL will ensue as we come back after this short break. Pika and Bullet on the mic. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Step into the ring. To
Well, folks, now back to the Ruthless Invitational Showdown. Your cast on the desk, Pika and Bullet are back on the desk. We have seen 3 maps back-to-back, 2 ERANGELs, and the first one being the side of Rondo. Pika, what do you have to say? What we have seen from what we have seen in the past 3 maps?
Well, yeah, once again, I want to make a clear point right there. The Train to Kill was this close to getting their second winner chicken dinner on day 1, but it was a huge denial care of WEIBO. So I really like that. I like the fact that we have that bit of drama, but when it comes to skill, my goodness, we have an incomparable amount of frag eliminations, which is, again, hopefully gonna go to our highlight reels, ladies and gentlemen. But now we're gonna go to the second 50% of our day with the final ERANGEL to unfold.
Yes, sir. And honestly speaking of the fact that I have seen enough of ERANGEL, not gonna lie, I'm waiting for Miramar. I mean, at this point of time, trust me, being a fan of this game, please can we see Miramar right now? But anyways, folks, Group A, as you know, Group A against Group B, as we have seen for the day. You have to also just understand the fact that, teams like Twisted Minds, teams like on the side of, Vampire Esports, teams like Team Flash, WEIBO Gaming, who have just recently got their almost right there, getting that winner with Chicken Dinner in play. They have to come, be on that consistent performance. So talking about the top ERANGEL performers, a team Train to Kill with the first spot, Team Flash with the second, WEIBO Gaming with the third spot, and Vampire Esports, who are right now at the first in the overall, are at the 4th spot to just look out for. So we have to just wait for a while and see how things are gonna get unfolded for our last map. Now, talking about the start of caster prediction, I will go with WEIBO Game.
Okay. You know what it is, man. You know what it is for me also, Mission Control. I am keeping my fangs in there for Vampire Esports. I am not leaving, I promise you. So, at least for the time being, 4 straight predictions in a row. I know I'm going to land it at least once. If we're going to talk about odds, and then I'm keeping my faith. But look at this. We have Mission Control locking it in for Team Flash. All right. There's something they're not telling us over here, Bullet.
Team Flash, I would say in terms of the fights as well, they have been decent, but to get winner chicken dinner, I'm not really sure, man. I can't say. In my opinion, it's going to be hard for them, very hard.
Yeah, I'll also be with you on that one, man. Because Team Flash, they come so close yet so far every now and then. They would be a complete squad, then get obliterated right off the bat by someone that we see that for 3 games in a row already. By the way, Bullet. So again, I'm not gonna say that production is you're in a little bit of trouble here. Wink, wink. But at the same time, just keeping an open mind here. Last ERANGEL for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We are less than 20 seconds away before we wave goodbye to El Clasico. So. Definitely gonna see what the teams have adjusted on here. A while ago, we did see that WEIBO Gaming, they did a very questionable job for match number 2, but for match number 3, oh, did they pick it up big time.
Let's see, man, on how things are gonna get unfolded for the very last map of ERANGEL for the day. Top players at the playoff, most elimination coming from Red Skull on this last few maps that we have seen. Most knockouts from Skyforce Godless. I mean, Godless he's on been phenomenal performance. Top headshots coming in from side of Win from the side of Flash, and Crypto coming in from the side of Alter Egos. And also talking about the side of Alter Egos, they have kind of like disappeared somewhere.
Yeah, you're right. Alter Ego, they had some moments, right? First 2 matches, honestly, very remarkable. But yeah, for match number 3, not so much. But okay, so now this is more like the familiar flight path that we've been seeing in the past, I would say. So I mean, at least for me. Now we're gonna go southbound, and the military base being the final stop, a dreaded final stop, if I'm gonna add, for most of our teams. A lot of them have already dropped near Pochinki as usual. So this already calls for a lot of resources, but at the same time, early contact, early gunfights. Georgia Pole also looking quite crowded here, possibly in favor of WBG. Meanwhile, on screen, we're already seeing Loops over here, probably about to get their hands full Let's see how that's gonna go. Aha, yes. Initial contact. The circle is gonna go southeast here for the time being, ladies and gentlemen.
At this point of time, WEIBO Gaming needs to survive this because we have seen them clutching onto these some of the very final circles, which is of course which we did saw in the very last map, being very on point with the play. So they have to make sure that they remain alive, and they have to make sure they give deliver their best. But NEPx ESPORTS on the other end gets and faces the wrath of Alliance. Alliance shut them out. And was that the end of NEPx ESPORTS? I just want to confirm. Was that the end? We have to just wait for the confirmation.
Yeah.
The different PHALANX. We do see Versa with the GP. Oh, LMG on point. WEIBO gets the Syringa out. Rufa coming in with the vehicle rotational in play. They're going to get inside the vehicle as well, try to chase the last man out. And WEIBO Gaming are looking so strong and so aggressive and so on point with these eliminations.
Oh, you might be onto something here, man. I'm telling you, WEIBO Gaming already looking to take advantage of that momentum that they had from the previous game. Now having to exit the premises is Loop. So yeah, we'll check on them a little later on. However, we have Kamikaze taking out Snape or Snape here from Alter Ego. We did talk about Alter Ego, then there it is. This time we are bringing them up, but not in the way that we would like to here. PAPARA Supermassive here. We got Kamikaze once again flushing the vicinity by himself, or with a little bit of support here. I'd say so. Yeah, look at this. Man, this is one of the bravest encounters I've ever seen at the very start of our map. Open space with vehicles. Nasty stuff.
Oh boy, look at that Power Supermassive. And talk about the sort of Power Supermassive. They are not also being with the very best of the team that we have seen for the entire day. Alter Egos trying to just rotate on upon the western front, being on display. LMG Ness Kamikaze will try level best to rate on and unload the range Supreme onto the face of Himona. He is on a very dry loot, a very stagnant loot. He's also not having enough bullets to actually take us. Actually, 2-3 guys also. That would be better to just get out of the scenario as soon as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to be super bloody this early on, but that looks to be the case here for Alter Ego. Again, we did mention a while ago, this is not looking very shabby for Alter Ego. It is. We have Moana completely bleeding. Fire Supermassive. Again, this is one of probably the most bold attacks that I've ever seen from both teams to begin with. And just like that, Alter Ego, first blood. The freshman elimination for our match number 3. Meanwhile, Team Flash over the horizon, seeing minute movement over here, and Zeus just teeing off.
I mean, at this point of time, things are looking very uncertain for both the sides. To be frankly speaking, on the side of Team Flash, they're trying to actually get the best of the side of Supermassive, and they'll actually get it. Boss gonna go ahead, eliminate the side of Tron, and PAPARA Supermassive are gonna get eliminated at the 15th spot. 3 teams have been eliminated in the very first 4 minutes. So comes on again for the fact that it's gonna be somewhere down to the same scenario of what we have seen in the past 2 maps.
Completely agreed, man. And check out the map as well, folks. Look at where we are at. Again, southeast. Now, you know what that means. The inevitability of our teams going for a bridge clash. So far, and I'm looking forward to that. I do hope that we get to see some of that action, because for the 3rd time now, I have not seen any of that. That's just me trying to satiate my violence, my need for a little bit of violence here. Inner Circle just taking their sweet time here against JPX. Are probably gonna disengage potentially. Not so sure if there's a bit of information here for IQ, knowing that JPX is actually around the vicinity. Look at the positioning right here for both these teams, man. This is passive if I've ever seen one. All right, here we go. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just to give you a little bit of insight here on what I've been saying. Inner Circle, I feel that they're just gonna try to scout for more information. Yep, there it is, contact. And a little bit of success here from T24. I'm not really confident here with this push. Hollywood going down care of IQ. Oh, you know what? Never mind. T24, a man with a plan. There goes Hollywood. Beautiful amount of eliminations right here, or at least confirmed eliminations from a T24. 2 for 2 here for JPX and IC. I like this. I like the evenness. Now, Kaka OK here, if I'm reading that correctly as well, is knocked down. So we're gonna be honest here. This is really dangerous for JPX if that pickup is actually gonna happen. Looks like T24. Yep, not allowing any bit of opportunities here for the rest of JPX. Last man standing for JPX with 2 eliminations. Let's see how this is gonna go.
Let's see. Things can be a little bit uncertain. Things can be a little bit, I would say, on the different end if we talk about the side of ERANGEL and PHALANX, because they're also that one team who has come up very close to claiming that #1 spot on the overall map. So we have to just wait for a while and have to just find out on how things are going to get unfolded from their side. Talking about the side of Inner Circle, being that one team, being very strong in their overall long range gunplay, but not very strong in their close quarter combat, to be very frankly speaking, from what we have seen in the past three maps. We're also talking about the side of DPLUS. I'm a little bit surprised, man. Team like DPLUS not being able to play. It also comes down to the fact that maybe they are like just testing out some new things, doing the trial and error method in this tournament. So yeah, true. I feel that that's also essential. Every now and then you gotta explore, you gotta experiment with some different approaches. However, I feel that it's very risky to do so. Granted that you have 3 days. I know it sounds like it's not a lot, but 3 days, and you're gonna account for the fact that the other teams are also gonna move up. DPLUS Kia not having anything to boast just yet. Let's see. I'm gonna put my faith in them. Granted that they are some of the household names that I was mentioning during the start of our day #1. Meanwhile, Reject. Oh wow. Okay, look at this. I did not notice this when I looked at our team stats. Twisted Minds with only 3 players on board. Now this is dangerous though. This is also a very tricky challenge for them, considering that this is the last ERANGEL. 3 default players here, Bullet. So if you're on the side of Twisted Minds, this has to worry you even just a little bit. I mean, at this point of time, again, we have seen the circle shifting very, very unapologetically, for the past couple of maps. And teams have to take a very hard shift rotation, especially on towards the western, the teams dropping on the western and the southern side. So I guess they have also anticipated it, and also some of the teams are struggling to anticipate it. Teams like the side of RC and the teams for the side of BG. But BURMESE goes, as we're talking about it, they do see the rotation coming from the side of Reject. As he goes out, the explosion will take his life as well. It's probably one of the very first openings, I would say successful openings, that we have seen for the entirety of the day from the side of BURMESE goals.
Yeah, there's a lot of progress for BURMESE goals. We saw that earlier. So I'd say they were placing very well. I saw them in the top 4 again. Yeah, surely they weren't able to close it out, but this right here, I'm pretty sure these are learning lessons, especially for O2 over Aero 42, who's already taken out one. I'd say that duel, if I'm reading that right, Duelo 18, I think, from RC. Looks really good now. Bows, yes, very advantageous perspective right there behind the tree, taking out a couple guys from Train to Kill, but also gets flushed out in the process. Team Flash looking quite challenged here, but I can say the same for Train to Kill. Look at that, last 2 players remaining.
For the moment now, we have seen the side of Train to Kill actually getting out of these scenarios very successfly for multiple times. Challenging a team for a gunfight, if they know for a fact that they cannot win that particular gunfight, they back out from it, and that's the best scenario that you can do. But for now, also talking about the side of teams like PAPARA and Twisted Mind, they also have to need to understand the fact that they have to claim that spot. On the other hand, Train to Kill are gonna get sorry, not Train to Kill. Apologies, folks. Gonna be some of the team who has been eliminated of this spot right now.
My goodness. And as early as stage 2, hey, this is a very familiar picture to us, man. At stage 2, we're only down to our last 11 teams. So let's see how that's gonna go. Ajaya with 1 more elimination at the expense of Team Flash's tops. Team Flash, folks, now has 2 active members. Now, if they do not go for this revive, they do not go for this pickup, yeah, they are going to be at a very tough spot. Okay, grazing. We got great a bit of a grenade graze right there from at least on Zeus. So that's going to go. Rules, OG, gotta stay on top of that. Gonna try to stay on the roof. The blue zone already narrowing down dramatically. Now, I got denied my request of a potential bridge encounter from most of our teams. Nevertheless, this is gonna be a very, very chaotic, very catastrophic last few circles looking at the direction that we're gonna be in.
Yeah. Also talking about the fact that some of the teams have, claimed that top 3 and top 2 spots in the past couple of maps. Can also tell about the fact that they have the potential to do it. There's some like unlucky scenarios, but Rusko trying to take down the side of Twisted Freak, being right up there. But that was the final kill. Twisted Minds have been eliminated from the hands of Vampire Esports with 4 eliminations. Point already racked up coming in from the side of Vampire Esports.
Yeah, look at this. And not even without a lot of eliminations, right? Vampire Esports, because of their previous games, have a collective score that keeps them on the top spot. So there has to be a certain amount of contest, especially from Train to Kill. They are currently at the number 2 spot, not really far off. If we're going to put all this together, then they are definitely just one notch below Vampire Esports. So statistically speaking, Alliance also has that chance. It takes one good game for one of these teams to actually seize that moment, to make sure that they can snag that top spot from Vampire Esports, or at least the one next to it. Here we go. BG. A while ago, they're the teams that we were talking about, man. So close, yet so far.
Yeah. But also, in my opinion, some of these teams have the best of the best potential to actually, shun out their opponents and completely change the entire course of the game. But we have for the likes of those playthrough strategies, we have to wait for the last couple of games, which is definitely about to come. Vampire Esports right on the other hand, just waiting in for one of his teammates to come out, as BURMESE is going to be very close up into their proximity, so they have to just. A few of these players are just waiting out for all of the man advantage or the manpower to come up very close to it, so they can actually commit to this fight.
Yes, they do. Oh man, the teams are falling like flies here. First, WEIBO Gaming, now Team Flash, just capping off their basically at 9th spot was Team Flash. WEIBO Gaming at number 10. So 0 points for those two teams earlier, especially for WEIBO Gaming, who just got their winner chicken dinner. It's really very random here, ladies and gentlemen, and now it's BG BURMESE GHOULS who are going on a tear here with 5 eliminations already. Looking real sharp here, ladies and gentlemen. Now every single team, as I mentioned earlier, a candidate to getting 1 elimination point. Vampire Esports taking out more names under their name at the expense of DPLUS Kia. Fortunately, I believe they're eliminated already at number 8. Yes, sir. All right, circle.
For now, we do see the circle taking a shift toward the side of the farm area. Can actually, the farm can be the center of the big attraction over here, because loops are already be sitting there. Alliance have already taken a stronghold position up onto that spot. DPLUS has been eliminated at the 8th spot with 5 eliminations. But now we have the top 7 teams in the 14 minutes of the game.
Man. And a while ago, this was a different picture that we were painting. So I like this. I like that we have a bit of diversity for the final ERANGEL of the day, man. 6 eliminations for BG. So this could be it. If I'm not going to jinx it at all, then this 6 eliminations could be their ticket to that winner chicken dinner. A bit of chase here between 2 and... Okay, never mind. Just a faint pursuit right here for 2. Meanwhile, having a complete squad, again, as I mentioned, is such a big advantage, especially for our top 8. Vampire Esports, despite having 6 eliminations as well, I can't really compare that to how BG is doing it, because that's the last man standing. Bit of contact here. Ajaya taken down by Icy. Yep, complete elimination. Train to Kill in trouble here. Uh-oh.
At this point of time, Skyforce have definitely tried their level best to just remain at the top number 1 spot, and they have been the team to actually shun out a lot of the best teams right up at this spot. So we have to wait for a while on how things can actually unfold. But also for talking about some about the teams like TIANBA, some of the teams like Loops, they have to still claim that number 1 spot, and the time is running out.
And not just the time for the stage, man. Even basically even our clock. You know, a while ago, that 20 minutes was it kind of winds down our players, man. That's still exhausting to say the least. Now here we go. Wow, rules picked off by two just like that. Train to kill out of here, ladies and gentlemen. Landing only at number 7. Meanwhile, again, Burmese Ghouls. We have Test 01 here, setting his sights on the entirety of Tianba, trying to take refuge among these compounds. Let's see how this is gonna go. Godspeed also has a pretty alright vantage point with just a boulder separating him from the rest of Tianba. Information, do we have any? We're gonna have to wait and find out. 7 eliminations already here, Bullet.
Burmese goes on the other hand. Also, another that one team can actually surprise us momentarily, because we have seen but this are Burmese esports being very on point in terms of actually being that one team to come out of very unexpected scenarios as well, be in the top 3 and top 4 for every other circle, but also coming in onto that, not being able to clutch out on these moments where they have to actually shine bright like a diamond. But for now, Skyforce on the other hand, trying the level best to remain alive in this spot, but it's going to be a triple threat based fight coming onto this point. We have one team placed up in the high, which Burmese goes right up at the northern spot. TIANBA being at the middle of these both teams, and then you have none other than the side of Skyforce being up there at the eastern spot of this entire fight. So Skyforce and BG has a little bit of that advantage to take the side of TIANBA, all out if they fire out at the same time. But we do see the rotation happening in play from the side of Burmese Ghouls.
Man, can you believe this? Look at this. A while ago, we were talking about how Tianba is actually being squeezed into that choke point by some of these teams. But now they have to vacate the premises. They got to go straight to the farm where Alliance is actually homing. They're going to be staying there supposedly for quite a bit. We saw that happen earlier on, man. Alliance was so comfortable with where they are for the longest time, and it actually got them a very good win. Okay, I spoke too soon. We have Skyforce already flushing out Alliance. Sung Jin Woo, the last variable here for Vampire Esports, already eliminated. Now leaving at the number 6 spot with 6 eliminations, that's going to definitely reflect on the record of Vampire Esports. We're just going to have to see how far forward they are compared to the rest. Meanwhile, Loops, last man standing here, as we kind of see this as a familiar picture from earlier on. Let's see how long he can stand here, buddy.
It's going to be the top 5 teams. Skyforce being in a very open vicinity. They can get spotted from multiple teams, which is going to the side of TIANBA and the side of Loops and this compound. Loops are right now present at one single guy, so not a very big threat though. But TIANBA, who are very much close. Last time we saw TIANBA at the 7th place in the overall points strategy when we saw the points table after the 3rd map. So whether it's going to be the side of TIANBA or the side of BG or Alliance one more time, or maybe Skyforce finally getting that winner with a chicken dinner, we'll find out very shortly.
And I'm super excited for that, man. Now we go TIANBA. That one guy down, very easy to resuscitate if possible, as long as there is no threat. There is no impending doom nearby. Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm also putting tabs on BG, man, because this is it. This could be it. I would dare say so myself. If BG gets a hold of this position right here, this amount of manpower that they have, they could just give Skyforce a run for their money. With Alliance, I think that it's really the positioning advantage once again that they're hanging on to. Remember, they were already in the farm as soon as the circle started to close in on it. So all they got to do now is to go for a last stand, make sure that no one really takes the spot up until the most vital circles here, like say stage 6 to 9. Those are the most dangerous, the most important parts of it, because by then it's really going to be a critical standoff.
Let's see, man. It's going to be a standoff of 2 or more than teams. It's going to be a triple threat scenario where everybody will just come in a very close proximity, and grenades will go out all over from what we saw. Like what we saw on map number 2. There we go. Almost happening almost right there, but we did so. Look at the side of Riley. He's not even waiting for his teammate. Oh, he gets that O2, but on the retaliation play, just coming from the other angle, gets that trade. possibly a 2v3 right now, but on the side of ICT, he's playing that long range support. Sancho comes up from the other end, possibly can take down the one last guy through that window pair. Sancho collects that shot, and yes! Just the one goes down. Burmese goals are kinda giving it away to the side of Skyforce, and Skyforce are just clutching it out one after another.
Yeah, you know, this is the big jinx that I granted to to Burmese Ghouls here, my guy. I was just saying that, okay, please hang on to the numbers. You know, this could be the chance, but now all those numbers have faded into nothing. They're down to their last player here, unfortunately, and there goes unknown. You know, on the feed. Let's see, Skyforce still untouchable as of the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Godspeed, last man standing here for Burmese Ghouls. I had to say it, man. I had to say it. And now look at where BG is. But again, for those of you in chat, I am not hexing BG right here. We are just calling it as it is. There's gonna be a big problem here. Now, we also have not laid eyes on how Loops is actually gonna enter this scuffle right here.
I mean, for the side of BG, I guess it's going to be the end of the story. Yes, the side of Godspeed can actually get a few of these elimination points here and there, but can't really say. I mean, for the side of BG, they have struggled for the maximum number of time from what we have seen in the past couple of games. So I'm not really sure about it. TIANBA on the other hand gets spotted from the side of PHALANX. Possibly an elimination will be coming in with this place being laid out. But TIANBA on the other end gets the down on one of the guys from PHALANX, and PHALANX goes out with 4 elimination racked up. That support needs to be in play from other teammates as well. 22 minutes in, and we have the top 5 teams. So maybe it's gonna be another winner chicken dinner coming in from the side of Alliance, or maybe it is going to be the side of Skyforce to take it away for the very first time on the one final map of ERANGEL. We'll find out very, very shortly, folks. But at the same time, there's going to be the side of Alliance who are at the center of the compound, and they are at the center of the attraction as well. Every other team will try to target them out if the circle gets stringed in the next 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you, man. This is one of the more confusing top 5s that I've seen, because of how BG actually did drop the ball there. To be honest, oh my gosh, a beautiful nade from basically from TIANBA over here, but a little bit of vengeance care of Alliance. So here we go. This is gonna looking real personal between Alliance and TIANBA. Now with the last man standing for TIANBA, QZZ has to make haste. Gotta try to respond here ever so gently. Not a lot to work with. Now Burmese goes up. Yeah, I had to jinx it with going out with 8 eliminations at number 5. BG once again unfortunately denied the possibility of getting a winner chicken dinner, despite going so far into our placements here with 4 players still intact up until they really dropped the ball there, man.
TIANBA, one single guy. Loops, one single guy. Alliance with double. I guess in terms of the overall, you know, man advantage, Skyforce has the chance to just go out with all guns blazing and eliminate every other guys and get those elimination points, sweet elimination points as well. And that's what they have to do. Now, at this point of time, also talking about the other teams as well, they can also try to target there. But look at the nades! Oh my goodness! Back-to-back nades from both sides. Rain of nades. Oh my god. Okay, there you have it. TIANBA goes out. And that was a collective effort being laid out from the side of Skyforce and Alliance. They kinda knew, both the teams knew where the position of the last 2 guys from the side of TIANBA is at. Fired up those nades. End of the story. Loops still remaining alive. Final 3 placement points is already locked in for this guy. But Alliance up against Skyforce in a 2v4 battle.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, Skyforce right now, they're smelling blood in the water here, buddy. With all these names. Oh, yep, there it is. Loops, the final variable, the final piece of the puzzle, already waved goodbye. That's adios. Now here we go, Skyforce and Alliance. These two teams right here. It is now a matter of outplay for Skyforce and just holding their fort here. For Alliance, it's a matter of survival. Skyforce just keeping that fort strong as possible. Now Alliance, there's a huge chance. Oh my goodness, okay. Just luring in the rest of Skyforce. I see, that was a very crazy call. Honestly, now this is bad. This is looking quite bad for Skyforce. That one elimination could change the entire complexion of this. Remember, this is still 2 players. We still have 2 players, and 2 versus 3 is not that far off, Bullet. This could still change the course of the game.
I mean, at this point of time, I don't see another way around for the side of Alliance.
Yes.
They have to wait and they have to play their positional play. In terms of the manpower advantage, in terms of the utility play, they can't do it. They have to wait for the side of Skyforce to come out on their side. Yes, some of these compounds are not favoring them, but they have no options. Bikini gets a whole lot of damage from the side of Sconcher and the other guy as well. Alliance, on the other hand, are trying their little best to stay and remain alive at the boulder. But yeah, the circle on the end is gonna completely take them out. But ooh,
I know
Mira
it!
goes down, make it a 2v3. Pops out some smoke as well. Halans has that opportunity to go up onto the other crate and the other vehicle to provide that cover, get that cover. And now Skyforce has another trembling situation. Makes down to a 2v2 now because Red Eye still down but not out. Has that opportunity, but Vigini gets the side of Red. Oh my, no! Alliance is turning this around. Almost. They cooked up right on the face. Connects, not gonna happen. It's a 2v2 from a 2v4 scenario.
Man, I did tell you that one casualty on the side of Skyforce must have changed everything, right? Overextension from Icy. That could have already shattered the game plan here for Skyforce. Because in this case, look at where Alliance is. Remember, the circle was actually behind them. They were the ones in trouble, but they used that to their advantage, I feel. They lured in Skyforce. Beautiful nade. Let's see. Oh, an overshot right here from Vigini. Remember, Halan still has a few medkits up his sleeve or inside his backpack. If this comes into good use, then this might change everything. Okay, I'm speaking too soon here. Vigini already down. A bit of an exchange here, 1v1 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Santier versus Halan, and Halan has very little health to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, Skyforce nearly dropping the ball there, but manages to clutch in their winner chicken dinner. Can you believe the cinematics on that, Bullet?
I mean, we finally see Skyforce reigning supreme, and everybody was, you know, waiting for this one, especially the players of the side of Skyforce. They were down to, I mean, how many? More than 3 opportunities to take out whenever the chicken dinner from the beginning of the first map, and they finally get it. In terms of the elimination points, they have proved themselves on every other map that they have played today. And for now, on the 4th map, finally on the map of ERANGEL, they finally get it.
And again, man, I'm going to reiterate what I said earlier. They nearly dropped the ball, right? It was so close for comfort. They almost lost the numbers advantage. They had one very unfortunate loss in the form of Icy. And again, I felt that that's where the plan started to crumble. It looked very dominant from their side because they know that they could just pinch out Alliance from where they were because the circle was not in their favor. But just like that, Alliance, and you got to admire the resiliency. Right? You gotta admire how Alliance was able to at least hold on for just a little bit longer, giving Skyforce a run for their money. But at the end of the day, Skyforce was able to close out the match with a beautiful amount of points and again a clenching amount of action for us to call right down.
Yeah, talking about the side of team stats, 277 damage coming in from the side of Sancho, regardless for 38. Icy 205, sorry, healing, and Riala with a 159. In terms of just that have been done for the players stats as well, Sancho is going to be at the top with 12 eliminations. Overall damage being done is going to be 2,309. Damage with the guns being done with 985. He has done and dealt with 7 knockouts. Alliance on the same I would say page as well. 9 knockouts with 278 damage. Teams to watch out for in our map number 4 was as you called it, you know, ERANGEL. We did saw the side of Skyforce with travel distance of 7,700 meters. Alliance with 4,732 meters. BG on the same level play, but head-to-head in terms of the damages as well. Alliance with 923 damage of 688 coming in from the side of Skyforce. 8 eliminations up till from 10 eliminations coming from the side of Alliance. 679 heals from Skyforce and 1,001 from the side of Alliance.
Yeah, a quick peek from that one, man, with the teams to watch out for. Remember the travel of Vampire Esports with 11,000 meters. So you know for a fact that these players, this team, is actually in for those travels, man. They are in for the pedals. Hopefully, we get to see more of that later on. Now, I'm also one to watch out for this. Now, Haaland over here from Alliance also going up the charts here for the MVP with 8 eliminations. Beautiful work with about half an hour almost of survival time. We did see that a little earlier on, so we have another contender on the board here. 1,200 damage, so to speak. You can already tell that Haaland is not here to play. Meanwhile, the rest of our top performers here, we have Sun Jingwoo as well here with 4 eliminations, and Sancheer. So also with O2 with 5 eliminations, just paling in comparison to Haaland for this game alone, Bullet.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of the top performers as well, I'm not surprised to see, players from Skyforce, players from Alliance being at the top 4 spots. We're talking about the SUPERMASSIVE leaderboard. We are able to see the side of, 10 placement points coming in, the 8 elimination, total of 18. Alliance with 6 placement points, 10 elimination points, total of 16. BURMESE GHOULS with 3 placement points, 8 elimination points, and total of 11. Vampire with 2 placement points, 6 elimination points, and total of 8 points racked up from this. TIANBA tried the level best but couldn't do much more. DPLUS on the same side, kind of like feeling sorry for the side of Inner Circle. Completely from map number 1, they were trying their level best, but playing in on the same momentum.
Yeah, very unfortunate, man, because they were already so close. Like, we've already seen that happen time and time again. But again, Inner Circle, we are yet to see them actually lay their names on the victory board. 102 throwables right there. So fair amount of fatals, or lethals rather, to be used for ERANGEL. Unfortunately, though, that's the last time we're seeing it on this map. Significant climb over here, both from Alliance and Skyforce with 2 notches up. Now we have a tie between a switch of spots from Alliance and Vampire Esports. Just difference between the eliminations, I believe, and placements. So this is going to be shaping up to be quite an interesting couple days right here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, there's a significant drop-off for our page 2. Now the differences are huge here. Bullet.
Differences are huge. They are massive when it comes down to the players overall as well, in terms of damage being laid out, and in terms of the placement as well. The only closeness that we have seen is going to be Alliance as 45, Vampire at 45 in the overall, and Skyforce is 49. The top 3 are very much close, but in terms of the other stats, T2K at 39, Team Flash at 33, TIANBA with 28, WEIBO with 27. Tells a lot about the entire story, and we have just 2 maps remaining for the day.
Yeah, that is the sad truth, you know. Bye. As much as we did enjoy our 3 ERANGELs here, man, that was it. That was the closing. That was the closing of the book. But now we are gonna go to the land of sand, as I would always say. We have a couple of Miramars here when we return after the break. Ruthless Invitational Showdown will return. Peek on the bullet. Still on the mic. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into
Last couple of matches here, ladies and gentlemen, for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown Season 13 Playoffs Day 1. My name is Pika, joined by Bullet. Now, we just witnessed the last of our ERANGELs today. And Bullet, I know you are more than excited to see these two that we're going to come down to.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, talking about some of the teams who have completely kind of like outshined the other ones, teams like Skyforce and Alliance, they have been very, very much consistent with the thorough play from the map number 1 itself, and got up with the at the side of Vampire Esports in the same page as well. But kind of like surprise, like I say, from the teams like Loops, teams like Inner Circle, teams like DPLUS KIA, and even teams like Alter Ego Ares, who have been phenomenal in the very first map and the second game. But after that, losing their consistent play one map after another. But for now, folks, 2 final maps for the day. What do you have to say, Pika, for the next upcoming game?
Okay, at this point, I have only seen some of these teams actually do well in Miramar, right? So I'm also excited to see if pretend that these teams that we're voting for or that we're rooting for are actually going to do well this time around. Let's not forget that there's a lot of information already to go through for these teams. They know how they play already. But with Miramar being one of the more challenging maps, to say the least, high ground plays almost the most important here in Miramar because of the big differences, right? From hill to mountaintop to cliff, it's just really drastic differences.
Yeah, for my side, when it comes on to caster predictions, I am definitely gonna keep the side of Train to Kill, who I think gonna claim the victory in the next map of Miramar.
Okay. Is there any question, guys? It's still Vampire Esports for me, regardless of what happens. It's still Vampire Esports. Now, I want to see what prod team is actually going to pick for this one. They did have some really controversial, some really nice picks to begin with. So please do. I want to see this prod. Come on. Let's see the time machine coming to work.
I guess.
They went for a steal here, buddy.
We saw this coming. I guess we saw that coming. DPLUS KIA are trying to improve themselves. Yes, there are some improvement here and there, but still lacking a whole lot of elimination and placement chances to be at the top 5 spot.
Yeah, maybe for today the isn't there yet for DPLUS KIA, but if production has faith in them, then I guess we should do. They were slowly inching closer, but the I'd say the chicken dinner seems to be dragging itself away from them for some weird reason. I don't know what it is. So DPLUS KIA, gonna keep our eyes peeled for that one. But can we just talk real quick about BG? Because again, they were super close, man. They were really, really close for getting that winner chicken dinner. But again, just like that, taken away from them. And I can't say anything else, but it was just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, also talking about the side of BG, I feel like they're able to play on the survival and the overall manpower advantage, that they are able to keep themselves alive up till, I would say, the top 6, top 7. But in terms of the gunpowder, in terms of winning gunfights, I didn't saw much of it. So I'm not gonna say for the fact that BG are very much close and they can actually win one of the map, because to win some of these fights, you have to initiate that fights. And for the most of the time, we have seen them running away from the fight. So this is something that they have to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's actually nice that you mentioned that. They have to actually pick up the pace and engage every now and then. I get what you said there, that they withdrew from these encounters. They, instead of actually facing it head on, it kind of became more detrimental to them. It became a bigger danger because they don't know what's going to happen if they were actually going to win those encounters and at the expense of losing points in the process. It's a very, very crucial situation for them to actually back down from these fights. Otherwise, it's so arbitrary. It's a roll of a dice either way.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when it comes down from the overall scenario, if they're able to keep themselves afloat up here in the very first day, I guess they still have the other 2 days of the playoffs left, because it's going to be the round robin stage. They still have one more fight up against the Group C, so I guess they can still make it in terms of qualifying for the grand finale, because we still have 2 more days of the playoffs.
Yeah. So they're probably one of the teams who, in my opinion, if they're not putting all their gas in front right now, like maybe they're hoping for that late game, or they're planning, not even hoping, planning for that late game comeback, right? So hopefully that is going to be the case here. Miramar in just a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be fun. Again, as I kept saying before, this is the land of sand where drought is one of your biggest enemies. And by that, I mean there are hardly any bodies of water to work with, just an insane amount of mountains, little shrubbery, some compounds that really spell impending doom for our players. And again, I can't think of a safe spot right here for everybody. Probably Minas Generales for the most part, man. I am yet to see an encounter, a final circle within the mines.
Yeah. Let's see. I mean, even for the side of IC as well, in a circle where have been playing really well on the map of the first map of ERANGEL and the very first map of RONDO. So maybe on the very first map of Miramar, they can put out some tricks out of their sleeves. But we have to just wait for on how things can be in play. And how we have seen in some of the past tournaments, the side of IC has actually played tremendously, phenomenally well when it comes down to the map of Miramar. So I'm looking forward on how some of the rotations and the impact they can happen from the side of Inner Circle. But also talking about from some other teams as well. Maybe from what we have seen, WEIBO Gaming performing so well on Miramar. Even the likes of DPLUS has been playing so well when it comes down on performing so well on Miramar. So let's wait for it and let's see how things are gonna get unfolded right up here for the first map of Miramar, which is the second last game for the day, folks.
Yes. Really dangerous, man. I always get anxiety when I'm at this map because the way that you can actually be eliminated from here, it's just countless. If you're unlucky, just like what's happening right here from Alter Ego, not a lot of shade, for you to be able to take cover on and to even try to gather all your resources. Here we go. Looks like we got company over here, or at least already early refuge for Train to Kill. So passive might be the game here for T2K, especially with a lot of people already gathering within this vicinity, within the circle. Let's see how that's gonna go. PAPARA ISO looking relatively free for the time being. Let's see who's gonna. Oh wow! Okay, BG already has their hands full here. Care of Skyforce, my guy.
Yeah. For now, for the side of Skyforce, I guess there's going to be an easy fight up in there. But I guess I said it early. O2 gets to the side of Sunshine. The confirmation comes as well. Sunshine, one of the guys who have paved the way in terms of dealing those damage numbers from their side, has been taken out. And that is the complete advantage of a few of those guns being laid out from the side of Burmese goals. Still far away, trying for this to take up a rotation on the backside. Not going to happen. O2 on the other end trying his level best to gather out and another perfect angle. Gonna happen. Rayla gets to the side of O2. Now it's going to be a 3v3 fight.
Okay, there we go with a double barrel. Beautiful stuff here. Taking out Unknown in the process. And Godspeed, BG not looking really healthy. Oh my goodness. Very first team out of the picture after that spectacular showing from the previous games, man. Now, they finally got a taste of that early elimination, unfortunately. With 0 points to boast, or rather 1 elimination, pardon me. That is a painful sight to see for the Burmese Ghouls over here. Now, moving more to the action, we have IC, as you mentioned over here, man. IC just coming close, but still really far. Every now and then, they're going to have to keep their eyes peeled here for RC, which is just within the same couple of vicinities they're in.
Yeah. For now, for the side of IC, they are going to take one of the Supremos of Miramar as well. RC right up there. I mean, they are a little far away in terms of being in the very close proximity play. But yes, if IC takes on the side of Reject, it's going to be a huge statement right there. But on the other hand, IC are being very calm, being very, very silent at the moment. Because both of them have not the very best of the loot and they are waiting for one of the openings, or one of the engagements to happen from the opponent's team so they can capitalize on it.
Yes. Yeah, scavengers, man. Nothing wrong with that at all. So playing Vulture is definitely a good approach here for both these teams, IC and Reject. So let's see now. Vampire Esports, once again, putting all my cards on the table for these guys. A lot of movement going on. Probably already giving out their position here for Reject. And with zero knowledge, possibly, that they are actually within that close proximity, as you mentioned. Let's see. It's just now. This three-way confrontation could be very, very interesting a little later on. Look at how far Sung Jin Woo actually is.
For now, at the moment, both of the teams are being super, super silent about their position.
Mhm.
And I guess Reject has given the call that there's going to be more than two guys right up on towards the down floor of this red building. So it's
Right.
very cool if the third guy or the fourth man can come up and assist at the same spot. On the other end, just a few meters away, it's going to be none other than the side of Vampire Esports. And look at the circle as well. It has gone all the way towards the other side on where we have
Uh-oh.
seen most of the teams taking a drop. Okay. I mean, at this point of time, I'm not surprised even if the circle goes out onto our Los Leons or even towards the border body, because we have seen enough of it when it comes down to the map of ERANGEL. So yeah.
Dude, it would be so disappointing and also so scary if we do get a final circle within the water, right? It's been a hot minute since I've seen that myself. Meanwhile, JPX suffering their first casualty. I believe that was crazy. And here we go. Also getting more eliminations on the board here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it was crazy. A confirmed elimination as well on the side of JPX. They are also yet to inflict their first frag for the day. Song Jin Woo taking out one player from WBG, I would say. Yep, there we go. But still not a confirmed frag. Let's see how that's going to go. Hollywood and was this Kakaoke. Let's see that this compound is actually going to be a safe refuge. Pretty sure they're already hearing the commotion around the area. Train to kill, trying to flush them out. Oh, this is dangerous for JPX here. Bullet, let's check this out.
I mean, for the side of Frame to Kill, I guess they are more than capable of to take the side of JPX. Frame to Kill have definitely shown us very different strategical plays when it comes down to the different scenarios that we have seen for the entirety of the day. So I won't be surprised if they are able to take on the side of Phalanx, even if they are not able to take on the side of Phalanx, if they are very close to the side of eliminating with a few elimination points on their side. But at this point of time, they're trying to just assess the entire situation, trying to find out the entire possible scenarios, trying to find out where exactly the players are.
Yeah, you're right. It's just a matter of scouting at this point, man. So just gotta take it slow. Sport a little far away. I'm not so sure if there's information being relayed here, or if they're even intending to go for a backup, or if he is the last resort here. Should they get flushed out, then he might be there for the pickings. See, made in place. Up there goes Hollywood. And Rules OG, oh yes, that was the plan all along. Kakaoke was supposed to be the pitch, but yes, again, the numbers catching up to JPX. And Rules OG also taking up. That's what I was talking about, man. That's what I was talking about. Sporta. Everything was just within his line of fire. I like this. Now there's no information on where Sporta is. I like this. The ambush. I think the Train to Kill thought that they were ahead of the curve, but no, JPX actually has a plan.
Actually has a plan, but that plan can actually result in a different scenario as well.
You know,
On the
unfortunately.
on the other fact that we have not seen even like one single team getting the entire, I would say, an unfortunate scenario. It's good to see the team because Miramar is such a huge map in terms of the area-wise compartmentalization. It comes down to PUBG Mobile. So it comes down to the fact that even if some of the teams are being very close to down towards getting eliminated, most of the guys have just being able to run out of that task now, being able to get out of that spot as soon as possible. They have the vehicle. On the other hand, Looks have targeted the side of WEIBO Gaming, very close to actually eliminating the side of WEIBO Gaming. Possibly the last man standing, probably the second last success. Soon gets the pick on Zada. On the other hand, it comes up very close, getting lifted up on that Molotov. But Rafina will just make sure he putting down those healing utilities and making sure he remains alive. On the other hand, we are still on the same page for Reject versus IC in this red building.
Oh man. Okay, this is amazing how we actually resumed spectating these teams, and they still haven't come to a conclusion, unfortunately. But Reject already losing some of their players. Gotta be super careful. And IC still tanking the blue zone here. Very light. You know, this is not yet as painful as it should be. With an arrow. Okay, this might be what they need. Is this what the OP is trying to do? Remember, arrows are very strong in this game, man. So for those of you who are unaware, arrows are also very vital for a lot of our players. Meanwhile, JPX, as much as they tried to hold their position and they try to survive their fights, it's just a lot for them to handle, being the next team eliminated in this map.
Yeah, on the other hand, as we have seen, IC actually able to gain an upper hand over here in this fight. Diolo trying his little best to understand where these the guys from IC can come on. And IC have turned up on a ground level scenario, and the other guys from on the other downward floor, and the other guy from the side of Reject are on the upper hand of being in terms of the advantage. Sorry, on the height advantage, but the height advantage cannot be in play as OP gets the side of Diolo, and now it is going to be a 2v4 scenario, and this entire place is now out of the zone. There's more than 10 HP per damage being dealt up. Diolo kind goes down. Tito for OP gets a connection. He actually goes out, but IQ on the other hand takes the side of Demand with a confirmation. Now it's going to be a 1v3 spot. A very, very bad spot for the side of Reject, and we have to just wait for it if Reject gets eliminated or not.
Yeah, you just got to be patient here, folks. And as you did mention, your stage 2, it does take a little bit. Just a little bit of your health here, so this is not going to stay entirely just yet. But if you take one too much damage while the blue zone is on you, then you got some business to take care of. Meanwhile, Rafina right here again, putting some names under the tab. Got Milu. Our feed has been lightening up, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Red Bull from Vampire Esports, already a confirmed elimination. Some vengeance from Song Jinwoo here, putting more under his name. But yes, IQ returning the favor. Inner Circle, that's what we were talking about earlier here, Bullet. Now they're waking up. Vampire Esports down to the last man. Not looking really good for them here. However, I was going to add to that IC does have 2 players on the ground. So there still needs to be a bit of defensive play here for IC that needs to be done.
I mean, let's see. For the side of IC, they have done enough to kind of like prove themselves as right in the competition. Oh! Yeah, left and right! Richie gets 1. He gets the confirmation quickly as well. It's going to be the side of Vampire who's going for the third fight.
No way, dude!
And look at that. Oh my god.
It's a little insulting. Okay, here we go. So far, so good here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm trying to piece together what happened there with IC. They were looking so well. They were looking so strong, at least, you know, able to narrow down the last remaining player of Vampire Esports. Reject also in on the mix. Oh, look at this side set here. Lazarus trying to escape, trying to make sure that he gets to fight another day. Loops also putting some hurt on the side of Twisted Minds here. Alter Ego, if we're gonna look at it very, very closely, we do have some work to be done against Team Flash.
This point of time also comes down to the fact that they have to understand the situation. It's going to be the second last game. You have to remain in the top 6 to get qualified. After you go this, connects the shot. Flop tops goes down. Krypton Zip trying to take the cover and just making sure he remains alive though. Out of the circle on towards the exterior area of the blue zone. The fight is still on. Nade can get connected momentarily, but it's going to roll down because of the ridge being placed up in that mechanism. Krypton on the other hand, game winning close, but on the other hand, one more nade tries to come up. This can actually connect, and it connects!
Oh, it does! Oh, that's a good kind of jinx right there, my guy. That is the good kind of jinx. Remember, we are continuing our reign of terror when it comes to these nades, these beautiful, beautiful nade eliminations from our players. And just like that, Alter Ego out of here, ladies and gentlemen, at number 12. Not a very good spot for Alter Ego here, I'll say so, because with only 2 eliminations, trumped by a lot of the teams who are still in this, including the last man standing for RC. Uh-oh. Kill here with 5 eliminations, ladies and gentlemen. Looking real good with only 1 casualty on their side and Twisted Minds out of there at number 11. So it's safe to assume right here the Twisted Mind, they really gave it their all. Oh, look at this third-party interception or interruption rather right here on the side of PAPARA Supermassive.
Supermassive is that one other team who needs to find their footing right in this competition. Proper Supermassive last time we saw after the the 4th map kind of ended, they were at the 12th spot. with 15 elimination points, and with just what I guess uh, they have not secured any placement points, which is like a huge
Mhm.
trauma right onto their face with such a great team not being able to perform this competition. Possibly they're also trying to explore a few options here and there, and they're not being able to successfully capitalize on a few of those scenarios. So we have to just wait for a while to find it out if they are able to actually do something, as our next map is going to play out very soon.
And hopefully it becomes just as forgiving, man. I want these teams to try again, as we mentioned, to find their footing, to just make sure that their groove stays intact. Not to mention the confidence, because if you haven't been able to close that in 5 games, you might be second guessing yourself. However, at number 10, Reject with a spectacular performance from earlier on. I'm looking forward to seeing more of them as they bounce back in the coming games. Maybe not today, but maybe in the last couple days that we have for our playoffs. Going back here on our screen, we have PAPARA Supermassive. I was gonna say that, yeah, the coast looks quite clear, but Loops just right there to go for the picking.
For now, we do have the elimination coming up from the side of the T2K. Oh, my prediction is out, by the way. I just said for a fact that Train to Kill can be the team to actually get this winner chicken right on the side. But on the other hand, Power Supermassive are trying to fight on for the side of TIANBA. TIANBA are just remaining with that one more single guy. With 31 points on board, I guess this is that one team who has completely surprised everybody in this lobby. Power Supermassive, on the other hand, playing with 3-man scenario, 3 eliminations racked up, 8 teams surviving in this 16 minutes game.
All with guaranteed single points here, folks. For those of you who just tuned in, yes, we are down to our last 8 teams, and with only a couple of them actually still with a complete squad, namely DPLUS Kia and NEPx. So, and NEPx having only 1 elimination, DPLUS Kia, I feel they're gonna hide this one out. They're gonna hide by the sands, make sure that it is the perfect time for them to actually engage in any duels, some substantial duels, to say the least. But again, that's just me talking. It is still just a matter of time before we see what the decision is. However, looking back, look at this, a bit of an untold standoff between Loops and look at this. Okay, we have more nades headed their way. What do you make of this, man? Do you feel that this should be a push for either team?
I don't think so. In this point of scenario, as your zone is shifting in from the western side, you are right up in there towards the northern face. There's going to be more than 2 teams. It's better to take a shift on towards the circle, or maybe just wait and observe what your opponent team is trying to do. Yes, you can play with your secondary utilities like the nades and spokes, but if you are trying to just go on face-to-face, click a close quarter combat, especially when you have not been successful in these scenarios for the past couple of games, I don't see going in face-to-face as the right strategy.
Yeah, it's not going to be very wise, right? So, yeah, you want to hold off for as much as you can. I'm going to be honest here, okay? But yeah, more pushes. We'll hold that thought, buddy. So, ladies and gentlemen, look at this circle right here. Impala already out of the equation here when it comes to the final circle. This is going to be very, very hard territories for them to face, because look at this, man. We're gonna lose compounds very, very soon. Alliance is still way back there for the circle, and Aching or Aching from Tianba still also miles away before that necessary hike. 8 teams are at stage 5, or rather 8 teams, and we're at stage 5. Pardon me. And let's see how they're gonna come across these encounters. Okay, here we go. No time to waste here. Loops being flushed out. There we go. Lost with 1 nade.
There you have it. Couple of nades also getting more exchange from both sides. But on the other end, things are gonna be a little bit shaky. We have to just wait for it on how things can get unfolded. On the other hand, Sunny K gets the side of Intuitio. Yalzada coming in very close to the side of Subloss, being so much on point. So there's also the shotgun. Lost has the opportunity to do so. Very low on HP. Zada was just running around, and there you have it. The opening which was needed for the side of Power Supermassive, and now it's going to be the side of TIANBA, who has come up for a challenge for the third party at the same time.
And yes, yeah, see, that's what I was talking about with Aching or Aching, if I'm reading that correctly. Tianba off over the horizon, just making sure that he stays nearby to see if anyone bleeds to make sure that that frag could be stolen. But yeah, probably hearing so, I think that's the go signal that that TIANBA can actually push forward. I don't think he knows that Nobu's on his tail though. Up, yep, there it is. I don't think this is worth it for. Okay, there it is. Good try, TIANBA out of there, folks, at number 7.
First side of DPLUS KIA. Again, I might have repeating the statement one after another, but I'm still very, very surprised that this particular team not able to perform on a greater level for this competition.
And I feel that, yeah, it's just so much roadblocks, you know, to say the least. Now, PAPARA Esports, Lazarus, last man standing. I'm actually also genuinely surprised that Lazarus is able to last this long after the onslaught that the team withstood earlier, right? So with 2 eliminations, Lazarus trying to seize the high ground advantage here. And let's not forget, being in a cliff like this or being in a mountaintop where it is concealed by some shadows or some blind corners, it could be advantageous for Lazarus. Look at this. So now there is no way that Lazarus is going to give out his position without inflicting some serious damage. Let's see if he is going to be able to capitalize on this vantage point. If this angle right here could be his saving grace.
Let's see, man. At this point of time, we can keep talking about what is going wrong, what is going right. But at this point of time, it is also comes down to the fact that there are more than 5 teams remaining alive in this stage 5 circle. The circle is something that has completely kind of like intershifted in a very unfavorable spot for a whole lot of these teams. And this is a very open circle, mind you. The only team who has the rich control is going to be the side of Alliance. So let's see.
Yeah, and again, that's what I was talking about, right? Because Lazarus now has a big problem. Oh, yep, there it is. His big problem is that the circle will surely swerve away from where he's staying. Once again, I'm not gonna say that this is sheer luck, probably prediction, or just a good real estate awareness for Alliance, but they are at a good spot somewhat, right? As the teams might be the ones to come across them. Meanwhile, DPLUS Kia, again, still a complete stack of players, can come up with good plans, can be as functional as they can. I can say the same for NEPx, who already has 1 elimination, but for now, at stage number 6, these players are going to slow everything down, I feel. Would you slow down? Would you slow down here?
I mean, if it's required, I will, for sure. But at this point of time, it's their choice. Oh, a great connection being made from the side of Alhamdulillah. Finally gets that opening, possibly looking for the second confirmation as well. Yes, he gets it. It goes down. Team Flash has been eliminated at the 6th spot. And now Alliance are possibly trying their level best to look in and lock in another winner with a chicken dinner here at Miramar map.
Man. Okay, so Alliance, again, the number is really not in their favor right here. But yes, if they play this correctly, then they can definitely capitalize on that. We saw what happened earlier. Bullet. If the team's not careful, they are possibly going to slip. And I mean that both figuratively and literally. They could be these players, they could be this team that just overextends and blows their lead entirely. DPLUS Kia, rather the last team being the complete one, has competition here between NEPx and SUP. So, let's see how that's going to go. Almost even chances here, by the way, for some of our teams. Almost. Keyword almost.
Exactly. Almost. That's what I was trying to say.
Uh-oh. Okay, big contact here, folks. We got Furba from NEPx already taken, basically already gunned down, already taken down. NEPx being stalked like sharks here by DPLUS Kia. Yep. Are they gonna go for the pickings? The smoke already coming into play, popping that. And make sure that they get some useful vantage points, but no, the smoke doesn't save your life. My goodness, and just like that, NEPx is on the cusp of being eliminated. And I had to say it, there it is. With a single elimination, there goes the numbers.
Oh my god, things are very, very spooky. Things are looking very, very untidy. We do see the side of DK being very close, and this can be the opportunity for the side of DK to reclaim that throne that they have lost. They kind of have lost, to be very frankly speaking, folks, in this, I would say, the entirety of the day. But for now, it's going to be the side of Ruthless opening on Kamikaze. Kamikaze goes down. These are just a little bit unusual, which can be said from both sides.
Yeah.
It's a very open circle. You need way too much smokes to actually lay down the cover fire.
Yeah, this is what I was pointing out earlier, man. It'll come to the point here, or a situation here where these teams can actually hide no more. That they will be forced to get out of their comfort spots, make sure that you can take on duels head to head. I'd be super excited to see that, but at the same time, I fear for how the teams are going to be placing themselves. Speaking of placement, that's number 4 for Vampire Esports. Once again, a bit of denial to get that winner chicken dinner. DPLUS Kia still a complete squad and fully reviving their one fallen or at least knocked comrade.
Oh my god, things are getting unfolded. There you have it. Close call for Osal takes that one final pick. There you have it. Domination on point. That's going to be 2 of the biggest Supremos of Clash of the Titans up right here. Alliance going up against the side of DK. PAPARA have, I would say, definitely gave their level best and performed exceptionally well in this second last game for the day. But for now, it's going to be now a very close scenario. What is this guy trying to do? Very close to the side of us. Trying to just deviate the focus of the entire team. But a close range fight. You just cannot underestimate the side of Osel. But on the other, it's going to be a trade fire coming in. Now it's going to be possibly a 1v3 scenario because the other guy is on a DBLUS stage. The rival is going to come in. And it's going to be possibly, and almost, not to say the word possibly. I'm so sorry. Definitely a victory coming in for the side of DPLUS KIA.
Yeah. And I mean, it doesn't take rocket science, right, for us to understand how good the advantage is right here for DPLUS Kia. So it's almost a win, if so to speak. While Fabian's bleeding, there is just really too much manpower for one to take. And just like that, Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, eliminated, being denied their winner chicken dinner for the second time tonight. And finally, DPLUS Kia taking their much-deserved crown here, as we were talking about earlier, Bullet. Beautiful stuff right here for DPLUS Kia.
A really well-made victory coming in from the side of DPLUS KIA. Finally getting that one. And this was a long time coming, in my opinion. Yeah, this was a long time coming. Because we saw them struggling since map number 1. Struggling by a mile.
Yeah, other teams were actually way ahead of them, right? Up until now, I would feel that in terms of points, this is not enough at all. This is just basically the introduction to them getting into the mix. 7 eliminations plus 10 placement points. That's a long ways to go, buddy, before they're even considered the top dogs of the competition. Meanwhile, without invalidation, this is the damage that they've inflicted. It's a matter of survival here. See, this is a very drastic and again a very noticeable difference between how the other teams are and how DPLUS Kia is. You know for a fact that this win was dominant, sure, having the entire roster still intact or majority of the players, but the way that they did it wasn't as convincing when it comes to MVP stats. I actually dare say, possibly here, that the MVP is not from DPLUS Kia, Bullet.
So sorry, I guess my mic was mistakenly muted. In terms of the elite pointers, as you can see on the screen, first Fabian with 97, Chips with 110, a Blue winner with 267. We just saw a great effort being laid out. DK with a total distance of 7,445 meters, 5 nades being used, 6 smokes and 0 mollies. Full score time with 26 minutes and 28 seconds. Supermassive with 5,178 meters. Throw use with 13 and 15. I mean, great throwable numbers. But Vampire Esports, on the other hand, almost a negligible number coming in from their side.
And again, Vampire Esports yet to get their piece of the pie. DPLUS Kia and Alliance here. While this is a head-to-head, you see the 500-point difference between the damage that they've inflicted here, folks. 7 eliminations on the side of DK and Alliance with 3. Nasty amount of heals. Not so much, I can say, for Alliance.
I would say again, the same thing, man. Both of the teams did play their level best game, but on the other hand, from the side of MVP, it's going to be side of Vitino coming in from the side of Loop. 732 damage, 18 minutes and 47 seconds of survival time. MVP points on average of 5.49, 4 eliminations and 8 utilities being used. and picture perfect MVP.
As we talked about, right? Just to put it in there, the MVP was not at all from DPLUS Kia. That's how we know that they were not as, I'd say, trigger happy to get to that MVP spot, just to make sure that they do get their winner chicken dinner. I think that was really the main motive. Sal within the top performers here, also with 4 eliminations.
Yeah. Also on the other hand, with Ruthless, they have done their level best, and it's great to see them performing like this. And I'm just gonna keep repeating that. I was looking since like the first map started that DPLUS guy will finally back that victory. We'll finally, will be able to get that, the bigger piece of the puzzle on their side. But on the other hand, match leaderboard, as we do see Vampire Esports getting 8, Loops Esports with T2K with 8, Team Flash with 7, Skyforce with 5, Inner Circle with 5, NEPx Esports with 4, TIANBA with 4, Reject with just 3, Alter Ego with 2, other teams coming down to 0 and just to 1-1.
So yeah, this is supposedly the last match after this, ladies and gentlemen. So I can already say that these teams have to pick up the pace when it comes to these points. You don't want to have to go home with nada or zilch on your record, right? Let's see how that's going to go a little later on. 62 eliminations, not a lot, considering that Miramar is such a huge map. But the healing, though, it is a gargantuan 7,000 points, ladies and gentlemen. So already says a lot about what went down here. 122 throwables with, again, less than spectacular knockouts so far. Miramar was not as violent as I would think it is, but I would say that some of our teams here are gonna have to pick up the pace, or at least they're gonna have to widen the gap, because look at what happened here. The change of spots between Alliance and Skyforce Bullet. Check this out, tied at 54.
Yeah. Now things are about to get down really, really on point from both sides.
Okay, now going to page number 2 here. Now, once again, big gaps. 8 points between Twisted Minds and Alter Ego. So that's all she wrote, I would say, for at least the bottom part for our current overall rankings. The other teams, yes, so far they're doing okay. But yeah, with 3 days of playoffs, you don't want to have to be left out there in the dust. So JPX still yet to give their big performance. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna keep our fingers crossed and hope that for the final Miramar of the day, JPX gets that boost of confidence that they need.
Yeah, definitely. But again, man, overall this has kind of like keeps shifting in between Alliance, Skyforce, Vampire, and T2K. So it has been a really phenomenal day, but down with that one final break first before we go down to the one final map for the day. We'll be joining you after a short little break.
Step into the ring.
down to the last map of day number 1 here, ladies and gentlemen, for the Ruthless Invitational Showdown playoffs. Day 1. My name is Pika, joined by Bullet. That was our first Miramar. Now it is down to the wire for the last one, buddy.
Yes, sir. And there's going to be some very, very suspicious. Sorry, the tongue twister right there. Very suspicious play, I would say, in terms of, a lot of teams will just from the bottom of the score table try to go YOLO, because it's going to be a little bit of that, just one final map for the day. So things can be a little bit uncertain. So let's see how things are going to get unfolded.
Yeah, man. I'd say, I don't know, man. I feel that there is that tendency. You're right. The YOLO element. Probably I'd say the recklessness, but at the same time the unpredictability. I feel that that they're gonna snowball their way into victory here. I like that. I like the fact that there's the probability of these players just gatekeeping the other teams from getting them points. That is a huge tendency, but at the same time, hopefully they also tend to be a little bit more tactical. If they do become tactical here, then there's a huge chance that they're gonna get their themselves back on top. Like you said, IC yet to get their winner chicken dinner here. Yeah.
Side of especially talking about side of IC, I don't see them now, because for the majority of the time they have struggled a lot to even close out the fight, especially with it on the last map of Miramar. They almost kind of like hold it out against the side of DPLUS KIA, but they almost won though against the side of not DPLUS KIA, for more than I would say 7 to 8 minutes on the same particular building up in the Picado. But for now, folks, it's time for for the one final map to begin. And Pika, what do you have to say for the predictions?
Vampire Esports. I am gonna lock that in, my guy. It is just me being uber faithful with Vampire Esports. And again, I actually did not get to acknowledge the fact that production did get their DPLUS Kia, I think. So they got that one correct prediction. So what about you, Bullet? What's it gonna be?
I will go with the side of Alliance this time around. They are again coming very close to it every time around. And I know my predictions have not been right, and this time around is the production team has got their very first prediction right in the last game. So let's see.
You know what? Yeah. The probability of first and last, that kind of happens a lot, doesn't it? So maybe, maybe, it is the redemption arc for Alliance right here, ladies and gentlemen. So Miramar, huge map again to boot. Not to mention the dreads of having no shade whatsoever. It did happen. It did actually happen. Those encounters with nothing but hill just really puts anxieties in all our heads, man. Or at least for me. I'm not gonna speak on your behalf. But Miramar, you were super excited for this. We're gonna end the day with this amazing map. Let's get it.
Yes, sir. Let's get it on how things are gonna get unfolded. I mean, we have seen more than enough. We have seen really good plays happening, and we have seen some whips as well, to be very frankly speaking. So yeah, let's see.
Super. Now, oh wow, okay, northeast bound flight path here, ladies and gentlemen. So it's safe to assume that we're gonna have a lot of landings here on Los Leones, La Bendita as well. These are some of the usual spots that we get off of this flight path. So me, I'm a huge bias, as I mentioned again, that Minas General is one of the spots I don't get to see a lot from Miramar, regardless of how long I've played and witnessed this game, how I've called the action. Minas Generales, man, big denial for me. Let's see. So no one, and I mean no one, actually chose to go off island on this one. Los Higos and everything else in between just left unattended here, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely seen kind of like, how do I put it, that a lot of teams are struggling, even though, but hey, look at the plane path, the picture perfect plane path for every other team to their favorable spot. Oh, there you go. Devil said it early, and now we have it.
Yep, and we did. Now all these teams who had that prediction, or at least that game plan to go northwest, was just all in vain. Here we go. DPLUS Kia drawing first blood. We have Osal taking out a couple of names right there. So or maybe one name so far at least complete. And yes, just like that, hit and run time for DPLUS Kia. I see. Do they have their hands full already? Oh, no, not yet, not yet. We're okay.
Now, as we have seen some things around that, some spots can be just a little bit, how do I put it, unfavorable for you, and you have to change it because some other teams trying to go for a crash landing. But when I'm taking some real good damage, though, Genius gets that one opening pick, train to kill, getting that favorable spot. But Sajaya gets down from the side of Hollywood. Now it's gonna be that one-on-one scenario from both sides.
Igneous, wow, immediate knock there from Hollywood, care of the Thompson. Okay, so that's a weapon you don't see a lot, or at least not for every match. Okay, so a bit of parkour action here from Venom, just getting out of the plant. Just gotta keep it slow, keep it steady. Just coming in as cavalry here for the remainder of a train to kill. So 2 players knocked here, and now of course. Yeah, okay. Yep. Hollywood taking out Igneous, putting the final touches in there. We can't, just gotta let it go. But just like that, JPX eliminated first team, if I recall correctly. So yeah, this is pretty unfortunate for JPX. Now we're gonna see you guys tomorrow.
I mean, they have done more than enough for today, I would say, honestly speaking. They have definitely gave their level best, definitely played like a pro, and just they have to go back to the drawing board and see what they did wrong for today's games, so they can perform a little bit better for tomorrow.
Not just tomorrow, and also for the coming day, the last couple days rather, of our playoffs. Yeah, Supermassive over here, just a little interaction with Vampire Esports, if I'm looking at that correctly. Oh yes, sir. Okay, and Song Jinwoo, care of Lost, is back to the lobby. So Vampire Esports down to their last couple players here, trying to hoist up what's left of the team, and they have 1 elimination to their name. Let's see if this is going to be a chance to withdraw, just regroup maybe, or is this going to be a chase once again?
I guess it's going to be a little bit of that cat mouse chase that we have definitely not seen for the entirety of the day. But for now, it's going to be the side of Kamikaze, take down the side of Scourge. We'll go for the confirmation as well. 3 pointers coming in from the side of Vampire. The side of the Supermassive as well. But on the other hand, it's going to be the side of BG going up against the side of Loop on this compound right here. Other 3 guys from the BZ are up on the upper ridge. That one single guy unknown is left out solo, which is going to face the wraith of all of the other players happening. And if the other 2 guys from the BG are able to take down that top of that position, they can actually provide that high range cover fire, but that needs to happen as soon as possible.
Yes, absolutely. Because this solo player that they have right here, it could be a detriment to them. It could be a big danger for the upcoming game plan. It's so early, man. We're at stage 1, still 3 minutes to spare. So if there has been information here that's been given to Loop, okay, yep, we're gonna go for a little bit of confrontation here. But look at that, immediately going for the response here are the rest of BG. So let's see, is this gonna be a 3-way? Is this gonna be a 3-way scramble here for all these players? Unknown taking some quick jiggle peeks over here. Should just some repositioning. Does he see where the rest of Loop are? Ooh! Yep, that's it. That's all she wrote for Unknown.
She wrote for Unknown, but a pretty good one from the side of Loop. A very big opening coming in from the side of Loop Esports. They were actually waiting for this opportunity, though. They were waiting in for such a long time. But on the other hand, once again, IC taking a clash up against the side of Reject. What's happening, folks? Same spot as the last time.
This is like an unspoken mutual agreement between these 2 teams. Okay, you won this duel today, right? So let's go for a round 2. Maybe in the next map. You're right. Red building is the place to be for Reject and IC. Okay, here we go. And there goes 224 OP, right? Care of Divine. Up. Duelo 18 also getting a piece of that action here. Ladies and gentlemen, this back and forth between RC and IC, this is really a tug of war between these 2 teams, man. It's getting personal here. It's getting absolutely personal.
Up on the other hand, Reject gets the wraith off this time around IC. IC showing them the way out of the lobby, though. 1v1, but finally gets that one pick though. And there you have it, folks. Insult to the entry, a little bit of the teabag, and what? There you have it. IC finally getting that 4v4 fight on their side.
Yeah, beautiful counter right there from IC, but don't look now. We still have Red Bull from Vampire Esports. Solo Lobo over here, just right there by the stadium. I know he heard all that, heard the commotion, but still not choosing to engage. You got to play smart over here for Vampire Esports. They have dropped their points, or at least they've already shared the spot with a couple other teams here. So you got to try to make that gap happen. Here we go. So Snape or Snape from Alter Ego Ares over here just gets a little bit of information. Alter Ego, as you mentioned, they've been going hot and cold for the past how many maps here, Bullet?
I mean, for the side of, you know, how do I put it? For the side of Alter Egos from the map number 1, except for map number 1, they haven't shown any sign of, you know, good fights. Or just being able to win some really 4v4 fights. And that is the biggest question right here, you know. But on the other hand, Tristan might say another side of people gaming on the other order is going to be just right here. A little bit on that isolated spot can do the trick, sorry. Now it's going to be the other two guys. Also trying to come up in the same spot, but he needs to remember that he is the lone player surviving. If he can remain alive, he can actually play for the placement points. Right now, he's just want to go all out.
Yes. So yeah, if not for the frags, right? Because it's such a tall order. At least try to survive long enough. We've seen that happen time and time again. Going for the placement points, just enter the top 8. You know, that's probably good enough. But again, let's put that thought aside for the third. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mission Control. I think the third or fourth map now. Twisted Minds have been stuck with 3 players all throughout, making the climb ever so difficult here, Bullet. Okay, so now we have Nielzada from Loops putting more hurt on the side of Twisted Minds, I would say. Now only left with 2 players. No response is definitely coming their way. Uh-oh.
For the time being now, we do see the side of Loops. The great improvement in their gameplay, great strategical play. Overall, the entire team is looking so, I would say, on point with their plays. And this is something that was completely left out. But for now, Lupsada gets a pick on final pick of WEIBO. And WEIBO Gaming has been eliminated as well. And of course, the side of Alter Egos has been eliminated as well.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, man. Alter Ego, hot and cold. So we're going to see them tomorrow. Hopefully more notes been taken by one of the more common names here in the tournament. Okay, Train to Kill. Just taking it slow. Remember, they still have 3 active players, supposedly. 1 heavily bleeding. Okay, Hamdulillah. Okay, if I'm reading that right, sorry. Already an elimination as well. Let's see. Alliance keeping that compound to themselves for the time being. I'm not really so sure here if there's going to be any intent to vacate that. We've seen them do it time and time again, just holding that spot, making sure that the circle, or at least trying to, until the circle dictates otherwise.
Yeah. For the time being. Great shot coming in from side of wall. Goes down. On the other end, IC is taking up with the fight against the side of Train to Kill. Twisted Mind up against the side of NEPx. Skyforce going up against the side of Train to Kill. Huge fights. Just bring out all in the open here at the map of Miramar. Rex has the location. Twisted Mind's gonna be the last guy. Oh no! What?
Uh-oh. What the?
Jumps across the board. One tap with the shotgun. Takes the result. Goes out. I mean, damn, son.
Talk about efficiency right there. Beautiful stuff. Train to Kill already out of there as well. We're down to our last 10 teams. It's only stage 2. Again, more familiar sights here from the previous games. These teams are picking up the pace for Miramar. So, just like that, we blinked and 7 teams have already vanished. Let's see who gets more out of this exchange. Circle already favoring a lot of these teams out inside. Now there's going to be a big hike for Loops to try to go in. And Twisted Minds, last player, I think. Yeah, I think this is the last player for Twisted Minds. Gotta tread ever so carefully just to enter Los Leones. All right, here we go. And again. Yeah, Al Haaland already knocked down. I think that was a confirmed frag as well. Okay. Almost. Oh, yeah, no, it's a knock. It's a knock. Pardon me, ladies and gentlemen. 4-1 is also pretty nearby. Let's just see if there's going to be a bit of response here. Riley from Rylane from Skyforce. Again, please forgive me for watching that every now and then. Is he going to try to put the finishing touches here? I'm trying to hold my breath and see if that's going to be the case. We're seeing a lot of activity here as well from Aching or Aching here from TIANBA Esports. Let's see. Yep. Good positioning as well from Riley here, just to make sure that there is no response, there is no backup. But because of Nolbu here from DPLUS Kia, Aching or Aching from TIANBA already brought down, finishing it off, and DPLUS Kia with 5 eliminations thus far. Yeah, look at that. TIANBA gone out of the picture, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not really so sure if at this moment, I'm not really so sure if this is going to be a good look for tomorrow for TIANBA.
For now, we have definitely seen some of the worst of it and some of the best of it that we have anticipated from all of these teams battling out in this scenario. But with the 8 teams remaining and almost, I would say, not exactly a very open circle, but a semi-enclosed circle where you have a lot of the compounds like this one where you can actually take over, but a very small compounds cannot actually hold the entire pack of 4 teams. So in this stage 3, as soon as we get on stage 4, I guess this will be over on how some of the teams are playing very aggressively. Teams like Supermassive, teams like Alliance as well, teams like even Loops for the entirety of the game. They have 8 elimination pointers. I think they're hungry for the blood.
Yeah, man. Not to mention, this is very important. Like, if we're gonna be real here, these placement points, if they're not gonna make up for your eliminations, it's easier said than done, right? A lot of players, they think that it's, or at least from our spectators, they think that, oh, just pull the trigger, just look for where the enemies are. It's not always the case. Some of these teams, of course, are rather, all of these teams are not gonna let you get away with it. So placement points is really where it's at, especially if you're unlucky, and I say unlucky with your initial drop.
We have to just wait for it. I mean, we have to just wait for it, how things are going to get unfolded. So there are some teams who have just definitely annihilated the entirety of the play. There are some teams who have struggled a lot, I would say, in my opinion. But at this point of time, only time can tell.
Yeah. And more so, DPLUS Kia, again, if they're going to be able to pull off another victory here, then that's going to look real good on their record. Install order. Team Flash, with 3 players still remaining. Looking at our team standings here, we still have a couple teams, guys. We're looking at one of them with DPLUS Kia and Loop, still a complete stack, which we've seen earlier, right? With Skyforce, again, nearly losing a complete squad. So you got to understand the precious the precious advantage that you get off of a full squad moving into our top 8 and beyond. So it's like this.
Yeah. For the time being now, folks, we have seen DPLUS in the last map as well, performing really well in the entire scenario. And they will be trying to close this out one more time on their side. What do you have to say about that?
Honestly, yeah, if they can, because that's it is the hope that we have over for DPLUS Kia, right? So we did mention that earlier on, they've been choked out of the possibility of getting more winner chicken dinners. So it's finally that previous game where they did prove, oh, we can do it. It kind of took us some time to get the engine running, but now here we are. So DPLUS Kia, again, also with a complete squad, as we mentioned earlier, still looking really fresh, real healthy. But okay, so I'm not sure if this is gonna be the instigator. Oh yeah, it is. It's Team Flash instigating the gunfight against DPLUS Kia. So if they have to defend here, they have to defend. They are on the worst side of the field here. High ground belonging to Team Flash, and with the backup, look at Tops over the horizon. If Tops manages to pinch chips here, DPLUS Kia will definitely be in trouble.
Yeah. Let's see, man. This point of time, it's easier said than done. So let's see.
Just trying to take advantage of this. Oh my god! Just walked right into a shell, ladies and gentlemen. And just like that, Team Flash, beautiful handiwork here from DPLUS Kia. I was really nervous. I was really nervous with how Team Flash was gonna handle that situation, or rather, DPLUS Kia was gonna take on Team Flash. But there it is, you know. Just put faith, and DPLUS Kia here taking some massive damage off of that nade, but still alive. Okay, trying to go in for the kill here is a Supermassive.
For now, it's going to be the side of more than 5 teams trying to take control of the ridge.
Yeah,
Let's see on how things can get unfolded at this point of time.
all right.
We do have the domination coming in from the side of Skyforce, trying to take control of the ridge. A whole lot of sparks getting popped out though. You know, for a fact that's going to be one of the players coming in with the vehicle on the rotation, trying to go out of the spot, trying to connect with the shotgun. Not going to happen. Lost missed a lot of the shots. Oh! No Blue with the stylish finish off in the end. Is trying to get the confirmation on the second one as well. And he has provided the opening. Skyforce are just left out with that one player left in the control. That is going to be down as well. There you have it. It's looking very dicey for the side of Skyforce.
Yes, it does, man. And a while ago, remember, Skyforce was also putting it all on the line just to make it to our top 8. And now with one man standing, I guess Skyforce fairly even with the rest of like IC and Supermassive with that last man standing. Loops looks really good right now though with a complete squad, and sure, not a lot of numbers to put up there, but the fact that they're surviving this long, this could be the opening that we, yep, and now putting some on the board. One more elimination. DPLUS Kia also losing manpower over there. Nolbu out of the equation, last man standing. So it's three teams with only one player remaining. You know what Loops has to do here? They just gotta sit back and allow these teams to take each other out. Fabian, last man here for DPLUS Kia. Nades heading his way. Oh,
Very good. Close. Oh! One out of Pasa, clearing the side of Fabian. DPLUS Kia has been eliminated at the 4th spot. Now just looking very on point for the side of Blue. They have to take control of the side of IC, which just left on that one spot. One guy, and the same for the side of Supermassive. They have it. The Brazilian King has it. Great nade is getting cooked up, but two of the guys that just come up with a slam in right up on the face with the one last guy from the Supermassive. But oh, he gets that one though. Sarmito goes down, but Safia gets the picks on Kamikaze, and there you have the PAPARA Supermassive going down. And now,
yeah, this is not the end. Okay, so go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's totally fine. I was just talking about the side of IC. Left out with that one single spot. Left out with that one single player. Noki just roaming around.
Okay, not looking good for Noki here, man. I'm gonna be real with you. With this big of a circle and the entirety of Loop still active here, 2 teams remaining. What is Noki gonna do here? Is he gonna pull off his inner John Wick and try to pick off these players one at a time? Loop's super healthy, super strong so far. Not a lot of resources here for Noki to go with. Look at that. Just an M416 and the UMP, right? And a lot of courage. That's all that we have right now for Noki. Because he's definitely not gonna take this entire team head on. He has to go for an ambush style here. Gotta be cautious. Just stay within the shadows. Yeah, man. We're gonna theorize a lot here. It's just gonna boil down to them going all in on Noki. And ladies and gentlemen,
there you have
Loops Esports right there caps off the day with their very first winner chicken dinner. And IC once again super close to the top, but fails to do so in the process. It's just quite a day for Inner Circle here, Bullet.
A great one. I mean, a great one indeed. Coming in from from these lads. A great one in terms of just being in the control, being in the overall I would say, consistency from the beginning of the entire game.
And look at this, of the numbers they put up, man. So if my memory serves me right, that's about 15 frags. Yeah, that's 15 eliminations, plus the 10 points atop of it all. That really is a good way to end your day. So 25 solid points, plus good stats, excuse me, and also good faith in the process of how they're gonna, how they're gonna move forward for the rest of our playoffs.
Yeah, I would still say overall a good, I would say, game getting played out from both sides. It was almost, and also I would say, how do I put it? A great game being played up from the side of the other teams as well. The likes of the side of IC, the likes of the Alliance as well. But in the end, it was just one single last map of Miramar, where Loops was struggling from the map number 2, but they finally got that sweet little victory, and they totally deserved it.
Yes, I gotta love it, man. It's such a wonderful sight to see some of these teams really push for the top, no matter how difficult it seems, especially Supermassive. I know for a fact that a while ago, for the previous games, they haven't been doing much, but they did try. I know that they stepped on the gas, like went for that full 100, regardless whether they made it to the finish line or not. They did give it their all. Loops, DK, and IC. Look at this, really good standings as well for the travel. 11,000 travels for Loops. So you know for a fact that they put their best foot forward. Meanwhile, crazy head-to-head here. It's this is the same side we had earlier, my guy. 1,700 over 600 damage. That's a bit of a gap right there.
I mean, it's I would say still in terms of Inner Circle and how they performed for the past couple of games.
Yeah,
they did perform really well, I would say, for now.
True enough, my guy. And with 1,400 heals, it just goes to show how much damage they also had to take just to get to where they are now. Inner Circle, yeah, again, the performance is more than commendable. As you mentioned, they did give it their all. And the overall performances that they had for all the matches were still up there. Now, we have NOLBO from DPLUS Kia with 4 eliminations. Sure, again, it may not be much, but it's the other aspects of that, which is like 20 minutes of survival, a good amount of utilities, and again, remember, they are not the actual winners of the chicken dinner, but it just says a lot that NOLBO is also a force to be reckoned with.
Let's see, man, on how things are gonna get unfolded tomorrow. Because tomorrow is going to be the bigger, I would say, the day, because we have the round robin format in play. So let's see.
Yeah. Now, here we go. Rylane, or hopefully we're reading that correctly, tied with Neil Zada from Loops here with 5 eliminations apiece. NOLBO also with the 4 tied up with another. And now this right here is what really made the biggest difference for Loops. That's 15 eliminations for this match alone, man. That is insane. Summing up to 25 points. I want to see how this shakes up the charts by the end of the day.
Yeah. But also talking about for the side of, Twisted Minds, or I would say for teams like PHALANX and Alter Ego, it was more of like a great start from the first map, but after that it was a little bit rustier in the end,
Yeah, completely understandable, man. And it is just really a matter of outplays. Every now and then, it's just really going to be a matter of outplays. Yeah. So with 60 total eliminations, look at this. Again, for something as big as Miramar, considering just 60 eliminations from everybody. that is not a big number, folks. So it is what it is. So, and look at that, also 6,000 healing, a little below what we saw from the previous 2 games, both in ERANGEL and Miramar. 55 knockouts as well, pretty low, with 76 throwables, probably the most disappointing one today. I remember we did go for like 8 earlier on, but my goodness, here we go. We're gonna skip all of that, move to our MVP with Rylane. If I'm reading it correctly, with 13 total eliminations today, the man is already setting up a high bar.
Definitely. I mean, in terms of the how do I put it? In terms of how some of the plays were happening from Skyforce, everybody from their team was playing phenomenally well. They were giving their 100%. They were just making sure they get those picks left, right, and center, and they played it supremely well. And of course, I will add here Rylan totally deserves the MVP spot.
Yeah, much deserved too. So it's another thing, for our day one to have a 13 elimination MVP. Tomorrow is again the dawn of for sure the probability of another player to take that spot from him. So again, the road to MVP here as usual. Skyforce leading the charge here with Rylane. We have Vampire Esports' Lazarus, Zeus from Team Flash. We also have Vitin 01 from Loops Esports. Last but not least, we have Haland from Alliance. So it is safe to assume that tomorrow these 5 faces are going to be grazing your screen once again, vying for that top eliminator for the entirety of our playoffs.
Yeah. For the side of overall flaggers, after the map number 6 happened, as we do see Random with 30 eliminations, 2 times 499 damage, average survival time of 17 minutes. Lazarus with 13 eliminations, 2 times 461 damage, as we do see with average survival time of 18 minutes. Lazarus coming in with the side of Flash, 2 times 376 damage, 13 eliminations, and average survival time of 18 minutes. Alliance from the side of Alliance, 13 eliminations, 2 times 322 damage, average survival time of 15 minutes. Loops Returnio with 12 eliminations, 2,781. That's the highest damage in this entire of the 5 players with average survival time of 18 minutes.
Man, imagine the difference here is that it's they have like 4 of our players here all scored 13 eliminations and only one with a 12. You know what that means? This is going to be a really, really close fight for that top eliminator spot. Now, for the end of the day, my goodness, that exchange of spots once again happened to Skyforce and Alliance, 63-58. So that's not a lot, my guy, but it is enough for Skyforce to be on top for day number 1.
Yeah, I'd say a good one.
Very good one. Yeah.
From coming in from the side of WEIBO, coming in from the side of Alliance, coming in from the side of Blue. They kind of a very much consistent thing. High record is map number 1, except for the side of Loops. Loops was struggling in map number 1, map number 2. But apart from that, it was a picture perfect gameplay coming in from the top 5 teams.
And the biggest gap I feel was that from Train to Kill. I feel that was like an 8-point gap from the one above them, I think. But correct me if I'm wrong, but that is an 8-point gap that I saw just then. Now this page number 2, yeah, this is also a bit of a big sight for us to withhold. TIANBA versus BG, that's significant. But apart from that, there's gonna be some I'd say small single point or maybe just a few for places between 11 to 13. Now 9 points away, Alter Ego versus Twisted Minds. So Alter Ego does have to make haste here if they want to try to dethrone or at least move away from Twisted Minds' spot. Again, JPX and Kara, as we saw earlier, this right here is some of it has to happen, man. It has to happen. Some of these teams are really gonna go home slightly disappointed, especially with just day number 1. Tomorrow is a brand new day, so is the next one. So hopefully these teams they regroup, get everything in check, and we're looking forward to a better playoffs moving forward.
Definitely. I mean, a great set play coming in from both sides. A great, I would say, a game being showed from every other team. Yes, for the teams who are at the bottom 5, bottom 6, you have to show the reckless gameplay. You have to show the improvised gameplay from tomorrow.
That said, ladies and gentlemen, we are wrapping up our day number 1 of the Ruthless Invitational Showdown here, and this is just the playoffs. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. Please do not forget to follow our socials right here, right? Just for me, Pika Lozano, and for Bullet. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow. It has been grand. We'll see you on the next one. Cheers.
Bye-bye, folks.
Step into the ring. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring. Come on, come on, come on. Let's go. Step into the ring. Step into the ring.